India, Dr. N.P. Wagmare, State Forensic Science Laboratory, Varna, Goa, Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, National Forensic Science University, Gujarat, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Dr. Kavita Sharma, Coordinator, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science and Convener, Samvachyya-2021, Dr. M.P. Gautam, Senior Professor, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, delegates, and dear participants. We are privileged from your gracious presence. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. Light of education takes us the darkness of differences, injustice, and violence in the world. To make this morning a blessed one and invoke Goddess, we will have virtual lamp lighting ceremony to shower blessings on us.
तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा।
Thank you. Now, on behalf of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, we would like to welcome Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist, DFFS, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Thank you. We would also welcome the eminent speaker, Dr. Deepa Verma, Director, Forensic Science Laboratory, Delhi, Dr. N.P. Wagmare, Director, State Forensic Science Laboratory, Varna, Goa, and Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, National Forensic Science University, Gujarat. Thank you. Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science has always been ahead in imparting practical knowledge to the students and strengthen their research aptitude. National Symposium is organized to serve the purpose. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kavita Sharma, Coordinator, Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science and Convener Samvachyya 2021 to speak about the event. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Archana. Respected Chief Guest of the National Symposium Samvachyya 2021 on Forensic Science, Future of Forensic Science, Innovations and Interventions, Dr. S.K. Jain, Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist, Directorate of Forensic Science Services, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, Dr. Upinder Dhar sir, eminent speakers, Dr. Deepa Verma, Director, FSL, Government of NCT, New Delhi, Dr. N.P. Wagmare, Director, State Forensic Science Laboratory, Varna, Goa, Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Session Chair, Dr. T.K. Mandal, Professor, Shri Vaishnav School of Management, Coordinator, Shri Vaishnav School of Law, Head, Center of Excellence in Happiness Studies, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Session Co-Chair, Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh Pawar, Director CRP, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Dr. Santosh Dhar, Dean FDSR, SVV, Dr. M.P. Gautam, Professor SPIFS, SVV, HOIs, HODs, faculty members of all constituent institutes of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, and dear participants. I feel privileged to extend warm welcome to you all for your gracious presence. First, I would like to thank Dr. S.K. Jain, Chief Guest, for sparing time out of his busy schedule and honoring us with his gracious presence. I thank to all eminent speakers who have kindly agreed to share their knowledge. I would also like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Ginder Dhar. Sir, your support and guidance always encourage us. As the theme of the symposium is forensic science, innovations and interventions, recent technological developments are creating new possibilities to perform robust scientific measurements and studies outside the controlled laboratory environment. The benefits of real-time on-site forensic investigations are manifold, and such technology has the potential to strongly increase the speed and efficacy of criminal justice system. However, such benefits are only realized when quality can be guaranteed at all times and findings can be used as forensic evidence in court. When I was referring some articles related to theme, I read that in some countries at forensic organization, innovative efforts are currently undertaken to develop integrated forensic platform solutions that allow for the forensic investigation of human biological traces, the chemical identification of illicit drugs, and the study of large amount of digital evidence. These platforms enable field investigations, yield robust and validated evidence, and allow for forensic intelligence and targeted use of expert capacity at the forensic institutes. This technological revolution in forensic science could ultimately lead to a paradigm shift in which a new role of forensic expert emerges as developer and custodian of integrated forensic platform. As we know, that technology can be considered as an important catalyst for the transition of the scientific findings and insights into the innovations. So further advancements in forensic science in combination with the introduction of new technology and methods that create an added value for the end user will definitely be able to cause a paradigm shift within the criminal justice system. However, according to Down's law of disruption, technology changes exponentially while social, economical, and legal system changes incrementally. So this makes it difficult for new technology to be introduced and implemented. Although Down's law points at the fast developments in the digital world, it also holds for many other areas and especially for the criminal justice system as new legislation and extensive quality control measures are required to allow for forensic methodology to be regularly applied. So modern scientific methods for investigation of crimes and connecting the criminals with the overt acts are very much necessary in order to make our criminal justice system effective. So it will create a platform for the academicians and different experts across country in this domain to share their potential and innovative researches in various fields of forensic science. So I especially thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir for providing us very appropriate theme for this symposium. Thank you very much, sir. There is a need to continuously implement the latest technology, which is often created outside the forensic domain and needs to be made fit for forensic purpose. This requires an interdisciplinary triple helix approach in which academic institutes, innovative companies, and forensic experts need to collaborate. So I would like to share that Sri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science was established as constituent institute of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore in 2016. The institute organizes various activities such as national conference, symposium, workshops, model making competitions, poster, moot court, and trial competitions, forensic exhibition, guest lectures, in order to inculcate the overall development of the students. Institute started its journey with 98 students, and now around 350 students are pursuing UG, PG, and PhD programs. Institute offers UG, PG programs in forensic science, forensic psychology, digital and cyber forensics, MA/MSc in criminology. After completing degree, students are getting good opportunities in private forensic firms, in universities. Some of them started their own business in related fields. Students cleared UGC NET and PACT exam, and some are pursuing PhD. So I was interested sharing this information with Honorable Chief Guest of today's program. We always motivate and support students for preparing competitive exams also. So now, without taking much time, I would like to brief about today's event. The chief guest and keynote speaker of today's program, Dr. S.K. Jain, will be sharing his thoughts on speaker identification and tape authentication. In plenary session, Mrs. Deepa Verma, Director FSL, Government of NCT of Delhi, will be going to deliver a lecture on forensic document examination. Dr. N.P. Wagmare, Director State Forensic Science Laboratory, Goa, will be speaking on research and evaluation to forensic ballistic evidence. Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, FSU Gandhinagar, will be speaking on forensic accounting and fraud investigation. So with these words, I would like to conclude and request to all the participants to clear their doubts during the session. I wish everyone a fruitful symposium. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let us have the pleasure to listen opening remark on the dynamic and inspirational Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. I request you, sir, to present your welcome address. Please, sir.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to welcome Chief Guest of Samvachyya-2021, Dr. S.K. Jain, and also all the resource persons who will be interacting with the participants today. All colleagues, directors of various institutes, and my dear young friends. Keeping in view the theme of Samvachyya, a question can be asked that what will forensic science look like in the future? How it is going to be tomorrow during the times to come? So I looked into the literature. What literature, based on the studies, based on the research which have been done recently in India and abroad. And I found that the literature says that forensic science has a promising future as new methods, technologies, and scientific advancements create new possibilities that have not yet been even imagined. For example, while the discovery and utilization of DNA has transformed current day forensic science, it will continue to do so as the detective technologies develop and our understanding of trace DNA transfer, persistence, prevalence, and recovery grows. New discoveries can create incremental evolutionary changes, or even revolutionary changes that will reshape the face of forensic science altogether. Forensic science is not going to be what it is today. What it is today is different from what it used to be, say, 30 years back. So continuously it is evolving. But then this change will continue to happen during the times to come. We cannot predict the innovations and new technologies that will come to be, but we can certainly expect that they will happen and that they will create new possibilities for forensic science. Forensic science is often driven by scientific issues and scandals. This is what literature says, that forensic science is often driven by scientific issues and scandals, such as a miscarriage of justice, and resources are specifically deployed to address them. This means that forensic science is often reactive to symptoms that arise rather than engaging in continuous and systematic proactive examination, research, and self-reflection as routine practice. See, the comparison that has been seen by many thinkers between forensic science and other sciences like physics, chemistry, life science, and so on, is that here in forensic science, all that has been, the knowledge that has been generated, that is basically reactive in nature, not proactive in nature. In addition, forensic science frequently works within the framework that every case is different, which creates a fundamental tension between research seeking to develop generalizable theories, just a minute. So in addition, I would repeat, forensic science frequently works within the framework that every case is different, as I mentioned, which creates a fundamental tension between research seeking to develop generalizable theories and approach and professional practices in crime reconstruction. Therefore, taking a longer term view of the possibilities and potentially desirable directions of the future of forensic science is an important undertaking. As we consider a vision of the future, one of the basic challenges is that some forensic domains have developed within investigative practices. So since investigation happened, since crime happened, that has given rise to research. It is not other way around. Rather than first establishing the principles and foundations of a domain through scientific research. This is what is the basic difference that is seen in basic sciences like physics, chemistry, life science, and forensic science. So in forensic science, the most of the volume of literature that is generated through research, of course, is basically reactive in nature. It has emerged after something has happened. Whereas it is not so in the case of basic sciences. It is more principles are made. So, for example, engine did not come first and then research started. No, James Watt when he saw that why this lid is vibrating, so that gave rise to the research, and then certain principles were made. So there is fundamentally a basic difference. Now, this has also led to many forensic domains having comparatively small amounts of data. So forensic research has been seen, it has been observed when we review the literature, in many studies, the data size has not been very large, smaller data size. Courts have readily accepted forensic science evidence, and given the complex ecosystem of forensic science with many interacting variables, the courts have allowed forensic science to flourish even without a truly holistic and coherent overview of crime reconstruction approach and a scientific research culture per se. But if we say, even in Indian, say if we specifically talk about Indian context, there it has been observed that forensic science or the findings of the forensic science in many times are not given much emphasis, whereas in Western world emphasis is more. Even court has been giving time to the forensic experts to work on the issue, work on the problem, and come out with the findings. So there's a small difference here. As we look forward, one thing is almost certain. In the future, data sets will be larger. Our use and reliance on technology and laboratory information management systems will grow. And it will be possible to ensure that decision making is more transparent, which will transform narrow and anecdotal approach. See, if we see historically, many times the approach has been very narrow and anecdotal. But over the period of time now, with more technology coming in, more facilities coming in, approach is going to be better, we can say better, so that more proactive research could be done. But historically in forensic science, it is more a reactive research, where something happened, then research started, which is in contrast to the basic like physics, chemistry, life sciences. In this thought exercise to envision the future, time scale is a critical variable, because if we go further into the future, the more unknown and unpredictable factors there will be. So many more factors are going to come in, with life becoming qualitatively better now, but at the same time complex. So during the times to come, many new variables are going to emerge, which need to be talked about, which need to be focused at while investigating a crime. So if science is becoming sophisticated, even criminals are becoming sophisticated in committing the crime. So that cannot be ignored. However, it is possible to predict that forensic science is in the future will take advantage of the development and utilization of emerging technologies. You see, I would repeat. You see, this is true. New technologies are coming, new technologies are emerging, and new technologies will continue to emerge. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about machine learning. Many more new technologies are going to emerge. But simply technology emerging is not enough. Forensic scientists will have to see it as an opportunity to explore how we can solve the problems. So It will these new technologies will create new capacities to capture, produce, store, search, synthesize, visualize, and interrogate data. So there is no way to escape data. But at the same time, reliability on small data is going to be less. So you have to go for bigger, larger data set for appropriate analysis and outcome of the research. It's also clear that with all these new and exciting possibilities, see, there are going to be exciting possibilities. Future is great. New challenges and vulnerabilities will also arise. It's not that simple. Things are improving. As I said, quality of life is improving, no doubt about it, totally changed. But at the same time, there are complexities which forensic scientists cannot ignore. Utopian fiction highlights the potential for this kind of data-rich world to transform society and human nature. But these new technologies and capabilities also create a world that faces very serious challenges, such as disclosure and issues around ethics and privacy. See, this ethics is going to be very important during the times to come. Till now, ethics was talked about. It was said that yes, ethics is important. We should be ethical and so on. But now the stress on ethics in every discipline. Forensic is not an exception. Will increase, and there will be certainly new challenges. Therefore, we have to, as forensic scientists or as forensic experts or practitioners, we have to prepare ourselves for the future and not restricting research which is reactive in nature, but also thinking about proactive research. That means creating solution for something which may happen tomorrow. That's what is being proactive. Whereas literature, if you have scanned the literature of last 50 years, it says that most of the work that has been done, most of the knowledge that we have created about forensic science today, it is basically when something has happened, some crime has happened, it has given rise to certain investigation, and that investigation has further given rise to the research, further in-depth research. That is how it has happened. But now, to prepare ourselves for the times to come, we need to prepare ourselves for, besides reactive, what is happening, something happened, it will definitely give rise to investigation and then further on research. But then we should be proactive also in our search. Think, visualize what can happen tomorrow, what kind of crime can happen tomorrow. You say that way crime is committed tomorrow, the nature of committing crime is going to change. It's going to be done more sophisticatedly. Therefore, we have to be ready with sophisticated tools and interventions. And that's what is going to make forensic science more important in the disciplines that we teach, in the disciplines in which we research. So with these words, I welcome chief guest of the day and also all the resource persons to this Samvachyya 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words of wisdom. Now, I would like to introduce our chief guest for today's program. Dr. S.K. Jain is working as Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist, Directorate of Forensic Science Services, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. Dr. Jain has examined and reported more than 800 crime cases involving thousands of physical exhibits such as firearms, ammunition, speak identification, audio-video tape authentication, deposed expert evidence in the various courts of law, and also delivered the lectures and invited talks to IPS officers, judges, and forensic scientists in various workshops, seminars, training courses, and also provided training to the law enforcement officers and forensic scientists of Government of Nepal. Dr. Jain is engaged in research and development activities, and as a project leader, he has completed successfully 2 research projects on development of computer-based technique for text and language speaker identification. Dr. Jain has played a significant role in establishment of forensic speaker identification technique at Central Forensic Science Laboratory, Chandigarh, and provided technical guidance to the scientists of other laboratories in this field. He has also undergone specialized training on speaker identification and tape authentication for a period of 4 weeks at German Federal Police Lab, Germany. Dr. Jain has also been trained on video technologies at British Columbia University of Technology, Canada, for a period of 1 week. He has also visited FBI Laboratory, Washington, D.C. in connection with advanced training on digital technology. As a project leader, he has also conducted very prestigious projects on speaker identification from voice over internet, development of computer-based technique for characterization of small arms firearm from their sound pattern of gunshots. Recently, Dr. Jain visited Forensic Science Lab at Vietnam as one of the member of Indian delegation for establishment of Indira Gandhi High-Tech Cyber Forensic Lab in Vietnam. Dr. Jain has been conferred prestigious Home Minister's Award for the year 2001 for his outstanding contribution in the area of forensic physical sciences. He has also been awarded for the Best Paper Award for the presentation of scientific research paper in the field of forensic physical sciences in All India Forensic Science Conference. Besides, he has published and presented more than 90 research papers in peer-reviewed journals of national and international repute and conferences. Dr. Jain is supervising the research work of the research fellows joined under DFS Fellowship Scheme and also working in various universities for award of PhD degree. Under his supervision and guidance, 5 research students have completed PhD degree in the field of speaker identification and forensic ballistics. We are pleased to have you, sir. Request you to kindly address the gathering. Please, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Thank you, ma'am, for kind introduction.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dharsar, Dr. Gautam, ex-Director, Forensic Science Laboratory and Distinguished Forensic Scientist, Professor Dr. Kapta Sharma, eminent speakers, panelists, faculty, and my dear friends. I am honored to join all of you at this symposium. Actually, I love to meet you physically, but due to COVID pandemic, we are meeting digitally. I am sure sometimes we will meet physically too. Sir, the topic of symposium, the future of forensic science, innovations and interventions selected by your team is very relevant, appropriate in today's context. I am going to share some slides. Is it visible? Yeah.
Yes, sir, visible.
As you know, the intersection of science and law has grown significantly, and the people and courts are relying more and more on scientific method of investigation to determine the truth. Because the old method of investigation based on the oral evidence are not proving so effective. Because either the oral evidence are not coming forward, they are hostile, they are intimidation, and due to fear, they are not coming forward. As a result, large number of the trials related to murders, dacoity, robbery, rape, huge financial embezzlement, drugs, explosive, firearms, poison, and acquittal. Acquittal makes ordinary criminals bold, dangerous criminals who go scot-free, wastage of public money, and erosion of faith of public in the system itself. Therefore, an effective criminal justice delivery system would prove to be a major deterrent for potential criminals and consequently to reassure the humanity at large to have faith in the system as well as in the country. In these aspects, the forensic science played a very vital role. As you know, the successful and fair administration of justice depends on quality of evidence emerging right from the initial investigation stage, through crime scene examination, evidence collection, proper preservation, and scientific analysis, interpretation, and finally presentation of the findings in the court of law by the forensic experts. Until and unless we will present our findings in the court of law, we cannot accept. Court will not accept the words of expert in faith. Now we have to present our findings and we have to demonstrate our findings in the court of law. An expert should be experts should have such a knowledge that he can explain in the court in each and every aspect what is possible and what is not possible. So due to the advancement of science and technology during the last decades in the area of DNA, narcotics, information technology, digital forensics, digital document have created a considerable growth in demand of forensic science services. And in addition to this, increasing the awareness of end user and their demand is increasing more and more. Earlier, they were asking only whether it is a human blood or it is an animal blood, and what is the blood group of this sample. Now they are demanding the DNA analysis, whether this blood belongs to this particular person or not. Similarly, so many cases, touch DNA or digital forensics, so much demand is there. Therefore, these new technology will definitely provide a valuable information to solve the crimes and create the new avenues for employment and productive use of our bright young minds. So our new students can also do some practice in these new areas. A lot of demand is there. Friends, cyberspace has added new dimensions and new complications. We should not be afraid on these, but we should develop the technology. We should create that awareness in the public, and we should do a preventive forensic also. As Vice Chancellor sir told, preventive forensic is also required nowadays. This is the need of the hour. We can also do the preventive forensics. What should be done in the time of when somebody is hacking our data, somebody is sending spooling mails, horse calls, anonymous calls, how we can protect ourselves. But traditional policing is not adequate to control crime in cyberspace now. The new technology like artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, and Internet of Things are posing new security challenges before us. But as a forensic scientist, we should transform these challenges into opportunities. We can work and we can do some opportunities, and it can give some new added advantage or new evidences for detection of the crime and prevention of the crime. Now, the new classes of the trace evidence came into play. Earlier, not taken into consideration. There may be reason either evidence did not exist or no method available to investigate the evidence. This is definitely the case of digital forensic science or forensic electronics that has created a completely new world of trace classes. Nowadays, people live in a hybrid world in which they leave both physical and digital traces. Earlier, we were only depending on the physical evidences. Now, the digital traces are also they are living. We are living in the hybrid world. There will be, as I understand, there will be hardly any criminal investigation in which the digital traces does not play a role. It is therefore crucial for forensic science provider to be able to retrieve, analyze, detect from all available sources. It may be a hard disk, it may be a pen drive, it may be a laptop, it may be a mobile, from any. So now we have the combination of evidence. It may be physical evidence and digital evidence. Both evidences we should focus nowadays. As the service provider, as you know, the DFS being the nodal agency in the country under the Ministry of Home Affairs is providing the high quality, on time and credible forensic service to the crime justice system of India. And under DFSS, we have 6 central forensic science laboratories in Chandigarh, Kolkata, Hyderabad, and Pune, Bhopal, and Guwahati. This Pune, Bhopal, Guwahati is recently added And under these laboratories, we have 13 disciplines. The conventional discipline was forensic biology, ballistics, explosive, document, forensic physics, forensic toxicology, and forensic chemistry. Now the newly added divisions are narcotics, forensic psychology, forensic intelligence, forensic engineering, forensic electronics, in which the audio video, computer forensic, mobile forensic, cyber forensics, all are handled in forensic electronics and DNA profiling. These are the newly added divisions. And we also have the quality control and quality assurance divisions. This forensic science setup in India, if you see, only in our country, the 7 forensic science laboratory, 6 under DFSS, another laboratory in the CBI. And 32 state forensic science laboratories, and 80 regional laboratories, and 418 mobile forensic laboratories. This is the current setup, but there is more laboratories are required because the crime is increasing very fast and more number of the cases are pending in the country. And as a DFS, we are also giving the fundings to the state laboratories, and we are also creating some new labs. And at central level, the training institutes are National Forensic Science University. Earlier it was the GFSU, now it has been renamed as a National Forensic Science University under Ministry of Home Affairs. And NFSU, one center in Delhi. Earlier it was NICFS, now it will be center of NFSU in Delhi. National Police Academy, Hyderabad, NEPA, CFTV, and CDTI under BPR&D. The 5 CDTI, Center Detective Training Institute, under BPR&D, Bureau of Police Research and Development. And state level also, the teaching in different institutes, 10, I know, but maybe some more, maybe also there. And Police Academy and Police Training College at state level. But I requested the NFSU also, but the syllabus should be uniform. Until unless we will make the syllabus uniform, we cannot produce the good result. And syllabus should be regularly updated. It is also need of the hour. As the technology is changing, the syllabus should also be modified. The service rendered by FSLs and CFSLs in audio video authentication, ballistics, biology, chemistry, digital forensics, DNA profiling, explosive, narcotics, physics, psychology, toxicology, speaker identification and facial recognition and question documents. And CFSL and the DFSL also acquired some new technology, in-house development, the DNA analysis, computer forensics, audio video authentication, speaker identification, shooter identification using semi-DXA, automatic and firearm ammunition, IBS, facial recognition, CCTV footage analysis, drone forensics, bulletproof material testings, skull superimposition, and damage media analysis. These are in-house facility we have developed. And some technology we have also transferred to state labs like DNA, computer forensic, audio video, and facial recognition. This some technique we have also transferred the technology to other state labs. Now the new initiatives which we have taken the last 3 years, ICGS, Interoperable Criminal Justice System. This is very important. There are 5 pillars of criminal justice delivery systems are integrated with the same: e-forensics, e-court, e-prison, e-prosecution, and e-police. So that when the crime scene has happened, at the scene of the crime, every parcel will be sealed and it should be barcode. And the same parcel will be sent to the laboratory, and same barcode that the laboratory can scan that barcode, and they can see the sample, how many samples are there, and the case will be marked to the different laboratories or different personnel, and after the report will go online to the police or judiciary, and they can see the report online also. There will be time frame also, and this NIC and MHA is working and DFS is working on this aspect, and we are also in process to create the video conferencing facility in all FSLs and CFSLs, so exchange of information. And we have also established the state-of-art DNA lab at Chandigarh, and there are 4 units, especially specialized mitochondrial unit and paternity unit and HID unit. This we have created, and the capacity of the lab is 2,000 cases per annum we are examining, and referral cases we are also examining. Similarly, we are establishing the National Cyber Forensic Lab at Hyderabad. This will be the center of excellence in cyber forensic cases. And all these media analysis, damage media analysis, all will be handled at Hyderabad. And establishment of new division, as I told, to cater the emerging need of new law enforcement agencies, forensic engineering, forensic intelligence. These are some new division which is the need of the hour. If we have the intelligence division, as Vice Chancellor told, database is required, because as a preventive forensics, if we have the data, sometimes the crime has happened in some different states and different places. If data is there, if sample is not recovered, if firearm is not recovered, even the blood cartridge is recovered, then we can compare whether the same firearm was involved earlier or not. This will be a preventive forensics. Similarly for mobiles, similarly for facials, the database is required. EMR and IMR programs, the DFS also introduced the extramural research programs and intramural research programs. Because the state labs are heavy burden with the caseload and the turnaround time is very high. So they are not able to focus on research work. So we have invited the need-based project, and you will surprise, we have received 100 proposals from different IITs and universities, and we are going to award them the money also from our funds. So that there will be integration. MOU will be there, and there will be collaboration with academic institutes, forensic scientists, and researchers, that we can develop the forensic science in a better way. And on the basis of the recommendation of the DFSS, the MHA, the WS division, the Women Safety Division, this is newly created in MHA, has also has allotted the 150 crores to 20 different state labs for strengthening of DNA, cyber, narcotics division. So these are the need of the hours, and the focus is on strengthening the foundation for analyzing both pattern evidence and digital evidence. We expect the work of the DFS and MHA will significantly reduce the measurement error and increase the confidence in the result achieved with the improved statistical tools and methods. And the quality of result not strengthen our criminal justice delivery system in delivering the quality justice to the general public, but help to put the smart culprit behind the bars in timely manner. Until and unless our results are judged in the court or accepted in the court, we are nowhere. Whatever the technology we are applying in examination, the results should be accepted by the court of law, and the results should be quality oriented. As I told, today we are in the digital world, and India has emerged as a major center for social media platform like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. Hence, mobile phones has become a vital tool for investigation and detection of the crime. And you will surprise, today more than 80% of the heinous crime cases are solved with the help of the mobile. For example, in speaker identification, you will surprise, and speaker recognition is one of the important emerging areas of forensic science, as communication technology has reached at the great height. And criminals are frequently using the telephones, mobile phones, wireless phones, satellite phones, and tape recorded messages in the cases of kidnapping for ransom, anonymous calls, threatening calls, obscene calls, drug peddling, sharing of vital information across the border, bribery, match fixing, and other nefarious activities. In these circumstances, the voice of an individual is an important clue to link the criminal with the crime if recorded. But criminal is very clever nowadays. He can disguise his voice by putting handkerchief over mouth. He can speak while chewing the bitter leaves. He can speak when pencil between the teeth. He can close the nose by hand. And he can also imitate the voice of some other person. But the science has reached at that level. Now it is possible to identify the speaker. Even he is disguising the language, he is changing the text. For example, he is saying, मुझे इतने पैसे दो नहीं तो मैं तुम्हारे बच्चे को मार दूंगा. The same message he can convey in English. Give me this much money, I kill your son. The message is the same and language is different and person is the same. Then how to identify the speaker? The airport में बम रखा है. Bomb is planted at airport. Message is the same, language is different. How to identify the speaker? And we sitting in Chandigarh, we developed the text and language independent speaker identification system, and we have solved so many cases related to different speeches, different languages, different text, and disguise modes. You will be surprised, this is the first case of voice identification. The Minnesota versus Trimble in 1970. In this case of assassination, the 12 suspected persons were eliminated. Dr. Nass and Mr. Trimble was identified as unknown caller. The expert witness for prosecution were Dr. Nas and Tosi, and for defense Dr. Lady Bijapur. And defendant admitted that she produced the question. But at this juncture, one question arises in our mind: how the voice is generated, and what are those parameters on the basis we can tell these two samples belong to the same person or different person? Because the forensic science is a comparison science. One is the question sample, another is control sample. Now you see here, oral examination and visual examination. Oral means when we are listening somebody on telephone. For example, if you are sitting in a room and somebody of your friends calls you from your back, you can immediately identify his voice without turning your face towards him. If you are aware of his voice, hello, Mohan kaise, hello, Son kaise. But sometimes, if voice is not clear, I will show you some samples of twins. If we listen it, those samples, it is very similar in audition. But when spectrographically, whatever I am speaking, can we see my speech? But with the help of the sound spectrograph, we can see our speech. Whatever I am speaking or you are speaking, we can see the spectrum of that speech. That is known as the spectrograph, or known as voice prints. And voice prints are as unique as our fingerprints. This is a theory given by the L.G. Krishna in 1962. The voice prints are as unique as our fingerprints. So my first question is how the voice is generated and what are those parameters on the basis we can tell. You may be aware of this. This is the anatomical view of human vocal organ. This is the diaphragm, lungs, windpipe, vocal cords, tongue, upper teeth, lower teeth, upper lips, lower lips. And these are known as the articulators. And all these articulators are controlled by the brain. Now you see here, when we speak, these are our vocal cords. When we speak, our vocal cords are stretched and relaxed by the muscles that are attached to them. However, the speech is according to the efforts of lungs, facial muscles, vocal cords, or the articulators. And all the articulators are controlled by the brain. So this is according to efforts of lungs, vocal cords, and all these tongues, upper teeth, lower teeth. Now you see here, there are two cavities. One is the oral cavity, another is the nasal cavity. When air coming from the lungs can only pass through the mouth, then oral cavity works. When the air coming from the lungs can also pass through the nostrils, then nasal cavity works. If we close the nose by hand, this is known as uvula, and it's tensed and it is closed. This opening is closed. So no air can escape from this portion, and the air coming from the lungs can only pass through the mouth. Then only oral cavity works. But when we speak, we are speaking, both oral and nasal cavity are working simultaneously. So now you see in Hindi language, the ka, kha, ga, ga, da, and cha, cha, ja, ja, ta, ta, da, da. And our rishis have very systematic arranged in Hindi Varnamala according to their place of articulation. Why not chai, kaj before than cha? Why chai not before than ka? And they have arranged in Hindi Varnamala according to their place of articulation. Ka, kha, ga from this pharyngeal portion, cha, cha, ja from the soft palate, ta, ta, da from the hard palate, ta, ta, da from the teeth ridge, and pa, pa from the lips, and ma and na from the nasals. And all the vowels are produced from the vocal cords. E, O. So nobody can speak a single word of language without making the use of the vowel. If you speak tam and kam, still our vowel is there. So our rishis have very systematic arrangement. They have already searched. Now we are doing research. That we have put RE. They have already searched all these things. We are doing research. They have already searched all these things. This is the place of articulations. So no two persons will have the same shape and size of this vocal and the tense and the vocal forms. That's why the speech of all the persons are different. The shape and size of the vocal cavity and the tense and the vocal cord varies from person to person. And now you see here, the vocal cord, three types of the shape. This is sometimes is completely open, and this is known as the glottis. And this is the condition when we are respiring. If you speak, you put your finger here and sha, sha, sha. The air coming from the vocal cords and passing freely through this glottis, the voiceless sound is produced. When vocal folds are held loosely together and both the walls of vocal folds are touching with each other, as a result of the vibrations, the voice sound is produced. For example, Z, Z. If you speak Z, you put your finger here and you see the vibrations are there, the voice sound is produced. And third condition is when vocal folds are completely closed. And this is the condition when we are eating and drinking. तभी हमारे पेरेंट्स कैसे कहते थे कि आप खाना खाते टाइम या पानी पीते टाइम बोलना नहीं चाहिए. क्यों? If we speak, something can go inside the windpipe. These are completely closed, but in this condition, if you speak pa, pa, there is certain close and sudden release of the air. So vocal folds are closed and sudden release. For a fraction of seconds, they are closed and sudden release. So this at this time, the plosive and fricative sounds. So human speech is a mixture of all these three sounds: voiceless, voiced, and noise-like sound, fricative sound. Now you see in the technology, as technology is changing very fast, somebody can record the voice of our Prime Minister when he is giving the speech at Lal Killa, and he can synthesize it using synthesizer, and he can record it and pass to the telephone line that Prime Minister giving the threat. That as an expert, how we can identify whether it is a human speech or whether it is a machine generated speech. On the basis of these three parameters, we can distinguish. If it is a machine generated speech, it is totally voiced. This unvoiced portion and the glottal portion will be missing. So this is the condition when we are identifying the speech samples, we should be aware whether it is a human speech or it is a machine generated speech. First, we have to check this. And now the speech technology has reached at the great height. It has a wide variety of application in the security. If you go in the banks, there are security systems. If you say open, the door will open. If you say close, the door will close. पहले हम कहते थे खुल जा सिम सिम अलीबाबा 40 चोर में. Now it is really available. You say open, the door will open. If you say close, the door will close. For handicapped persons, it has wide variety of applications. The students doing BTech, computer science, forensic engineering, they are going in these areas. They are not coming in the forensic science. A lot of money is there also in the market. Handicapped persons, the CERI, Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute, developed the wheelchair for the handicapped persons. And the words of different languages are embedded in chip. Embedded in chip. If you speak in Hindi, chair left, left, right, right, front, back, stop. In different languages, the same chair can be used. The words of the different languages are embedded in chip and it can be operated. Telecommunications, and from day to day, we are also doing this gas booking. If you go in the, if you book a gas, there you are talking with a machine, IBR. It will ask your consumer number. If consumer number is correct, press 1, otherwise press 2. Your gas is booked. You are talking with machine. Similarly, railway ticket, air ticket, you can book. You are talking with the machine. Military, defense, they are using this technology. In SAG, Scientific Analysis Group, they are using this technology. If somebody is deciphering the messages, if encrypted message, how to decrypt it, and we are also sending across the border the decrypted messages. So how to encrypt and decrypt the messages which is coming across the border. Industries and commerce, lot of demand. Scientists, as I told, not coming in the forensic science. If you go in the market, if you want to purchase a doll, if you say clapping, the doll will start clapping. If you say dancing, doll will start dancing. The cost of one toy is more than 5,000 rupees, and we are purchasing easily for our children. Lot of money is there. It is based on the voice command. Medical pathology, this Indian Institute of Speech and Hearing, All India Institute of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, PGI, Chandigarh. If some defect in the speech, how to correct it? Though it is useful for the forensic investigation, if somebody is pronouncing the ta as a da, or cha as a cha, or ta, it is useful for forensic speaker identification, but sometimes it can be corrected by medical scientists. And last but most important is a forensic speaker identification. If somebody is disguising the language, changing the text, still we can identify the speaker. And you can see here, this is the word 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the 1, 2, 3 spoken. This is also 1, 2, 3, and this is also 1, 2, 3, and this is also 1, 2, 3. And this horizontal axis is time axis, and this is the frequency axis. Now you see here, this darkness is representing the resonance. And these bands are very unique, and these bands are because of the vocal cavity. Now you see here, this is curve, this is also curve. This is more curve, and this is more curve. So these were 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 spoken with the same person 2 times. This is by different person, because the shape and size of the formats is different. On the basis of these parameters, we can distinguish whether these words have been spoken with the same person or a different person. This is very unique, as voice prints are as unique as our fingerprints. Another, as I told, we have taken some samples from twins. If you listen, this is very similar. Now you see all 5, you will see it is very similar, but these are the samples I have taken from the twins. But on the basis of the spectrographic analysis, we can distinguish. You can see this is flat, this is curved portion, and we can analyze the small portion of that also. That particular portion, you see here the value, it is 2996 and it is 258. This is known as LPC, linear productive coefficients. These are very unique for speaker identification. Even suppose a sentence consisting of words consisting of syllable consisting of phoneme, and phoneme consisting of allophone. We can do the analysis at allophone level. Very small unit of sounds we can analyze. Similarly, and forensic importance, the speaker identification, profiling of the criminals, and by listening that recorded text, the investigating agency can judge whether this person belongs to UP or belongs to Bihar. And further, if he knows the dialectal background, he can say this is Eastern UP or Western UP or Central UP. If dialectal background is known, such databases is the need of the hours. If such database is available, then readily we can identify when somebody is giving the threats. Immediately, the investigating agency can tap the person. That automatic system can develop. Determination of integrity of utterances. I told we are in the digital world. If I say, Dr. Gautam, you take this pen. One is the audio part, another the video part. And Dr. Gautam sir also can also tell, Dr. Jain, you take this pen. And in the digital technology, it is possible that audio and video can be developed separately. Then how to authenticate those recordings? And we have that facility. If somebody has tampered in the digital domain, we can identify. So many cases we have handled. Enhancement of intelligibility of utterances. Suppose if I am speaking in this room, my signal to noise ratio is 60 dB. When same person, when he's speaking, when he's sitting in the car, or he is in the busy street, his signal to noise ratio is very less. So if signal to noise ratio, how to enhance that signal? Transcription of analysis, we can also transmit whether the crime has happened or not. So these are the different conditions we have taken, and we developed the database according to age wise, dialect wise, district, mother tongue wise, and state wise. And we have kept 8,800 files we have recorded, and sampling rate was 22,000. And this 32 utterances can be recorded at the same time. You can speak in different channels, so that if somebody is speaking through microphone, suppose mobile phone, telephone line, different bandwidth, we can speak. We have developed the database for that. And this we used for development of text-independent speaker identification system. The system is very user-friendly, and we can train the samples. One is the question sample, another control samples. From the control samples, we can train the system. And suppose this is the training flow. If you have the speech, we can digitize it in the speech enhancement module. It will reduce the noise content and enhance the intelligibility of the utterances. And that enhanced speech is used for feature extraction. Speaker specific features are extracted, and these features are further compensated to reduce the speaker degradation due to telephone line or channel. And these compensated features are used at the time of the training and stored in a database. Suppose there are 10 speakers, we can store one by one. Similarly, at the time of identification, if question speech is there, we can speech enhancement, feature extraction, feature compensation, and the compensated feature of the unknown speaker are compared with the existing database of each speaker models. and a likelihood score is found during the pattern analysis, and the speaker that reads the maximum likelihood score is identified as the speaker of the question sample. This is the system. It can show you 3 probable match, and we can also show the score in the code. Code wants the how many features are matching or how many features are not matching. On what basis the system is giving the result, we can also show in the code. This system is very useful, and we have examined so many cases. In the normal condition, it varies from the accuracy 94 to 98%, and the disguise is 92 to 98%. If even the 4 seconds data is available, because now the criminal is very clever, he can use the coded words only. If 4 seconds data is there, still we can identify this, and it is language adaptable. So these are the technologies, and voice laser ducting who alter the face. You will surprise, this is the case of Brazil. This is the case of Brazil. Mr. Abadia, he had the plastic surgery. When he was sitting in the Brazil, and he was making the call to his counterpart, and the call was intercepted by US enforcement agencies, and this recorded conversation was compared with the earlier recording of Mr. Abadia, and they proved that he's the same person. After that, with the help of the Brazil police, he was caught, though he was having the plastic surgery. So now the speech technology is so powerful. If you have left somewhere your mobile and somebody has copied your SIM, and your number is yours, he's making the call, but on the basis of the speech, you can eliminate. Though the number is yours, but person is different. The elimination can also be done with the help of the speech technology. And we are using 3 methods: oral examination, spectrographic methods, and semi-automatic approach. And now this is the things you will surprise. This type of the twin point cameras were used in interception of the 64 MPs. And I examined this. I had examined that case. There were 300 CDs. You will surprise. I took 3 months time, but all work I identified. This type of device is available. This camera and microphone. They are not safe. This is our device. No need of battery. It will automatically charge with the sunlight. Microphone is there and video camera is there. Recording will be done. Similarly, this device is, the microphone is here and hidden camera is there. Such devices are also available, and digital traces can be found. These are the things, and you can see here in camera there is a USB port also there. You can extract the data. So these facilities are available in Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Haryana, Hyderabad, and CBI Delhi, FSL Mumbai, Bangalore, Madras, and CFSL Chandigarh, FSL Delhi, and CFSL Delhi, FSL Ahmedabad, Haryana, and Andhra Pradesh are accredited through NABL, National Accreditation Board for Testing Laboratories. We are following the international standards. This is my suggestion. The facility should be created in all labs. This is the need of the hours, and data should also be developed in the regional languages. And there are urgent need of some databases on fingerprints, facials, dental, retinal, iris, signature, voice, get pattern, and DNA database. Such databases can also be developed for forensic intelligence point of view and for preventive forensics. In the last, I would like to add two things. That keeping in view the vast origin of the field, we need more experts and more researchers in the emerging field of the forensic science to attract students and new generation in these critical areas to pursue their studies. My humble suggestion is to National Forensic Science University is required to work with appropriate education institutes to improve and develop graduate and postgraduate education program designed to cut across organizational, programmatic, and disciplinary boundaries. To make these programs appealing to potential students, they must include attractive scholarship and fellowship schemes. Emphasis should be placed on developing and improving research methods and methodologies applicable to forensic science practices, and on funding research programs to attract research universities and students in field relevant to the forensic science. We at DFSS are open to give all technical support required. Ladies and gentlemen, this symposium of Sri Vishwavidyalaya will offer you plenty of opportunity to share your ideas with each other. I am eager to hear your views on these developments and results of symposium and discussions. With these words, I would like to conclude my speech, and I would like to thank Dr. Dhar, Vice Chancellor of the University, and his whole team for their hard work in organizing this impressive symposium on a very relevant topic, which has brought together so much knowledge, experience, and expertise. I wish all the success to this great event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you share your vast experience with us. Definitely, the fraternity of forensic science will be benefited with this. Now, moving to conclude this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all the dignitaries, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Upinder Dhar, respected Chief Guest of Samvachyya 2021, Dr. S.K. Jain, Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist, DFSS MHA GOI, distinguished speakers, Dr. N.P. Wagmare, Director, Forensic Science Laboratory, Goa, Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, National Forensic Science University, Gujarat, Ms. Deepa Verma, Director, Forensic Science Laboratory, NCT, Delhi, Convener Samvachyya 2021 and Coordinator of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, Dr. Kavita Sharma, Dr. M.P. Gautam, Professor, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, Directors of Constituent Institutes of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, HOD, HOIs, faculty colleagues, and all the participants across the nation and abroad. I, Nandini Katare, Coordinator of National Symposium Samvachyya 2021, on behalf of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, feel privileged to express my deepest regards to each and everyone gathered on this virtual platform. First and foremost, with great pleasure and reverence, I express my deep sense of gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Jain, Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist, Directorate of Forensic Science Services, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, for sparing time out of his busy schedule and embracing us with your knowledge-worthy talk about speaker identification and future innovations in forensic science. Thank you so much, sir. I also thank all the resource persons who will be sharing their words of wisdom with us in our plenary session. On this occasion, I owe a sincere depth of gratitude to Dr. Upinder Dhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, for his encouragement and support in planning and executing this event. In this series, I would like to thank Dr. Kavita Sharma, Coordinator, Sri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science and Convener of National Symposium Samvachyya 2021 for your able guidance and support. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to thank all the participants from various firms, academia, industries, laboratories across the nation and abroad for registering themselves and attending this event. I also thank all the committee members, students. Without their support, this could not be possible. I would like to thank our senior professor, Dr. M.P. Gautam sir, for his able guidance and support. Thank you. We look forward to constructive and fruitful outcomes out of all the deliberations during the program that will be helpful for us to understand innovations and interventions in forensic science. So, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Our inaugural session ends here. On the same link, we will be starting the next session, plenary session, within 5 minutes.
हमारा फिर कट गया ये, ठीक है ना, ये कहाँ चला गया?
All the participants are requested to remain in the meeting. We will be starting with our plenary session within 5 minutes.
Nandini ma'am, speaker has joined. Ma'am has joined.
जी मैम, दीपा वर्मा मैम ज्वाइन.
Okay. Hello ma'am.
Ma'am, shall we start?
Yes. Session chair and co-chair is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Mandal sir, can we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, madam.
Nandini, please start.
Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, guests, colleagues, and all the participants.
On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, I, Nandini Bansod, feel privileged to welcome you all to the plenary session of National Symposium of Forensic Science on Future of Forensic Science, Innovation and Intervention. As Mahatma Gandhi said, live as if you were to die tomorrow and learn as if you were to live forever. With this quote, I request from all the participants to make it a successful event. Your active participation is important throughout the session. Participants are requested to raise hand and drop their questions in the chat box. During the last phase of the session, all the participants are requested to make themselves comfortable as we are about to start our session shortly. Our chairperson, co-chairperson and speakers has joined with us. In this session, we have 3 speakers and the session is being chaired by Dr. T.K. Mandal, Professor, Shri Vaishnav School of Management, SVV Indore, and co-chair of the session is Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh Pawar, Director, CRP, SVV Indore. Now I request Dr. Kavita Sharma, Coordinator of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science and Convener of Samvachyya-2021 for welcoming our chairperson. Thank you, ma'am. In this row, I request Mrs. Nandini Katare Sharma, Coordinator Samvach 2021 for welcoming the co-chairperson of the session. Thank you, Katare madam. Before the session begins, it's my pleasure to introduce our session chair and co-chair to this gathering. Our session chair, Dr. T.K. Mandal, is BTech and MTech from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. He obtained a doctorate from National Institute of Industrial Engineering, Mumbai. Dr. T.K. Mandal is currently Professor in Management at Shri Vaishnav Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. He also had the 2 schools of law and the Center of Excellence in Happiness Study at SVV Indore. His earlier stints include the position of Vice President, Corporate HR in JK Paper, New Delhi, and Assistant Vice President HR with Aditya Birla Group. Dr. T.K. Mandal is a certified executive coach by Ericsson Coaching International India. He is also an expert in job analysis and job evaluation certified by Hay Group. A trainer, assessor of competency, Dr. T.K. Mandal is also certified by Thomas International for their psychometric assessment. Dr. Mandal is a recipient of Indra Super Achiever Award. He was also conferred upon 100 Most Talented Global HR Leaders by CHRO Asia in 2015 and 100 Top HR Minds in India by World HRD Congress in 2018. Dr. Mandal has published several papers, written articles, and featured in interviews in leading print and electronic media like Times of India, Ascent, Times of India Online, Hindustan Times, Financial Express, Mint, Mail Today, Great Place to Work Institute, timesjob.com, etc. He was also a panel member of Business School of Ranking by Business and Economy. Now I request Dr. T.K. Mandal sir to please address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Nandini. Distinguished speakers in this plenary session, Ms. Deepa Varma, Dr. Wagmare, Professor Junare, the co-chair, Mr. Mahendra Pratap Singh Pawar, my distinguished colleague, he is the director of the CRP at the university, the coordinator of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, Dr. Kavita Sharma, my another senior colleague, Dr. Gautam, and other faculty colleagues, students, and listeners. I consider this to be a privilege to be here and hear the eminent speakers on a very interesting topic, which talks about innovations and interventions. These two words perhaps are quite interlinked. And in the area of forensic science, you might have heard and would appreciate that I am not an expert in forensic science. But then forensic science, talking about forensic science would be, a kind of excitement for me as, from my perspective, from a layman's perspective, from a person who's learning things in life, even at this stage of the career. We all heard about Sherlock Holmes, very old fictional detective, whose existence, fictionally, was published way back in late 1800s, I think 1880s or 1890s, and still draw a lot of attraction among avid readers. So I love reading Sherlock Holmes stories even now. I used to do that earlier in my college days, as well as I do it now where I get time, at least in patches. So ever since then, the resolution and the resolving of crimes, investigation of crimes, have, for me as a general public, have evinced a tremendous interest. And I'm sure that is the story for most of us. And this interest perhaps been magnified with the help of the electronic media that we have. There are very famous crime serials or serials based on crimes, like Crime Patrol, CID, and so on and so forth. And then there was one famous anchor, whose voice used to attract most of us. The way he presented, etc., etc. So all that I'm trying to say is are things which made us attracted towards crime investigation, not necessarily in crime. Okay, none of us, I'm sure, would be criminal minded. Side by side, as I said, over the years, the changes in scenario as far as crime is concerned have been have undergone a lot of changes from the social fabric, the social background of the criminals, the economic situation which led to crimes, the technology, most importantly, used in crimes, have undergone tremendous changes. So therefore, there had to be changes in the approach in terms of investigation of crimes as well. And as a natural corollary, we have use of mind-blowing technology today for investigation of crimes. We all have heard about modern technology like artificial intelligence, connectedness of systems, processes, etc., which are helping what we call as perhaps smart investigation processes. So like in most of the aspects of life, probably crime investigation, so to say, would be becoming, if not they have become, smart in days to come, if not years and months to come. It is like in medical sciences, there used to be days, when we used to visit, in my childhood, I've seen, used to visit a doctor, and you would see all kinds of mechanical aids, there will be a stethoscope, you put it, on your chest, and that's it. And maybe a few other lying down, pressing your tummy and maybe some other parts, and then the doctor would diagnose and find out what's wrong with you. But then today, in fact, you'll see many doctors, they don't touch you. There are ways, there are methods by which the doctor finds out what's wrong with you. It's totally non-invasive and without touching a person. So people can find out what's wrong. So the same way, it all happened because of advancement in technology. So technology has come a big way in medical sciences. And I'm sure the process has already started in forensic science. If not, it has gone into an advanced stage as of now. The other, I was studying about something which relates to crimes laboratories in the United States. The way they are using technology, which is giving rise to very quick and accurate investigations, besides being efficient and most importantly, cost effective. As we all know, investigations do cost a lot of money, and therefore that is one of the priority areas where innovations should be required. There are, for example, high-tech robotic workstations to process large number of DNA samples, in matter of few minutes. The other emerging areas in forensic science, perhaps, these are all, from the studies that I did. In fact, I went through a few articles, and I understand the emerging areas of crime investigation could be in the coming days in the areas of wildlife and marine forensics. These two are something which are very, very important from the ecology point of view. And today, we all know even United Nations is talking about preserving or conserving the ecology through the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, wildlife and marine ecology would be something. Crimes in these areas would be something which perhaps the forensic scientists would have to get into it. And naturally, this being the entirely different worlds, the approaches would have to be something which would have to be innovative. We have today the three very distinguished and speakers who are going to talk on diverse areas, and this would be of very interest among all of us. And I would particularly personally look forward to their ideas, their expertise, and their wisdom in terms of how innovative things can come in play in, for example, Ms. Deepa Verma's topic on forensic document examination. Dr. Bagmare would talk about forensic ballistic evidence. I was talking about connectedness of systems in today's world. In industrial terminology, we call it Industry 4.0. This is the fourth industrial revolution, where systems are going to be connected. Perhaps there will be a day very soon where ballistics will be used without any manual intervention. How would the forensic scientists should investigate this kind of crimes? There is no fingerprint, there is no physical presence of a criminal, and you have a missile fired, or you have a gun fired, or some other kind of weapon used for committing a crime. So this would be a very, very interesting topic to address by Dr. Bagmare. And then forensic accounting and fraud investigation. You all know the recent case of Sonu Sood being, his premises being served for the third consecutive day. And who among us thought, the person who did such a wonderful job in terms of serving the humanity during pandemic, and there will be an income tax raid. I'm not getting into the debatable topic of political motive behind it and things like that, because he met Arvind Kejriwal to be Delhi ambassador and so on and so forth. Irrespective of going to that, there is an investigation, there is a survey going on in his premises related to fraud which is financial in nature. Very sensitive matter. How would forensic science be innovative in dealing this? Today it is Sonu Sood. Tomorrow it may be a very Nobel Peace Prize winner, or somebody who we just cannot imagine. There may be some investigation against God. So just a wild extension of thought. So these are the things which I'm sure would be addressed. I personally would look forward to learn from the three eminent speakers, and I'm sure all of us, the other participants, the other attendees, also would be looking forward to hearing the three speakers. So once again, I thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Kavita Sharma, for giving me this opportunity to be here, be among you, and speak my mind in a few minutes. So thank you so much, and once again wishing you good learning very rich understanding about forensic science, its application and innovations in this particular session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, let me introduce our co-chair of the session, Dr. Mahendra Pratap Singh Pawar. He did his Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Masters in Economics and Finance. He has membership in Institution of Engineers and Fellow of Institute of India. He has more than 30-year experience, which include 15 years in corporate and 15 years in academics. He worked in various organizations such as Juari Agrochemical Limited, Chambal Fertilizer and Chemical Limited and Rai Universities. Learning is a treasure that will follow its honor everywhere. With this quote, now I request to Mr. Nirvan Ingole here so that he can introduce our speaker, Ms. Deepa Verma. Nirvan, sir.
Thank you so much, madam. I take this opportunity to introduce our eminent speaker, Srimati Deepa Verma, madam. Madam has more than 30 years of experience in a forensic discipline. She started her journey by joining as Assistant Central Intelligence Officer, Grade 1st, a government examiner of a question document in the year 1990 at Shimla, followed by joining the Forensic Science Laboratory as a Senior Scientific Officer in the year 1996, and subsequently hold responsibilities at the level of Assistant Director in the 2002, Deputy Director in 2012, and presently she is a Director of the Forensic Science Laboratory, GNCT, Delhi. During long journey of her career, she attended numerous courts as an expert and reported a large number of forensic cases pertaining to the question document examination, including cases of the state and national importance. She also imparted trainings to the judicial officers, police officers, and stakeholders of the relevant field. She had been a member of a re-examination committee for the review of already examined cases and held overall supervision for NABL certification guidelines. Under her supervision, Forensic Science Laboratory Delhi notified as Examiner of Electronic Evidence by the Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, Government of India. During holding responsibilities as a Director of Forensic Science Laboratory, she focused vision on the expansion, updatation, and modernization of the forensic facilities in the laboratory to gear up the administration of the criminal trial and justice delivery system. In the series of expansion and modernization activities, she has been leading multidisciplinary forensic science laboratory to provide the scientific and technical support to law enforcement agencies in Delhi. Their laboratory is now participating and emphasizing upon the fusion of inter-organizational expertise and tasking the specialized institute for consultancy to meet the dynamic demand of the hour in the forensic laboratory. With this introduction, now I would like to invite Srimati Deepa Verma Madam to address the gathering. Over to you, madam. Ma'am, you are not audible. Please unmute.
You are not audible, madam. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. And is it audible now?
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
madam.
madam.
Okay. So first of all, my greetings to all of you for organizing this Samvachyya-2021. And my regard to respected basis sir, Director Forensic Scientist, Archana ma'am, Kavita madam, fraternity member, chairperson of this session and co-chairperson, and all dear students and those who have made this possible today for organizing this. So best wishes to all of you. And now I would like to share my technical expertise in the field. and my experience with respect to forensic document examination as an expert also, and as an in the fraternity, with the limitation and demands on this. My PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I have been assigned this topic related to forensic document examination. Here I would like to share that I have more than 30-year experience in the field of document examination, and I worked in the premier institution for forensic document examination, which was Government Examiner of Question Document Shimla, where I started my journey with respect to my career, and I learned forensic document examination under supervision of very, very good experts, and good cases have been examined during that period, and I could get my learnings and exposure during that time. By virtue of that, when I started as senior scientific officer in forensic science laboratory, I was able to deal with the nature and volume of work which is arising in the national capital city of India. So as far as forensic document is concerned, by this presentation and sharing will be with respect to role of forensic science in law enforcement, role and responsibility of an expert, processing of physical evidences, then question document examination, which type of question document, examples, relevant sections under Indian Evidence Acts and IPC, then question document examination, analysis, process, principle, role and identification, then followed with forgery and disguise related to detection, identification and types of forgeries, then tool and techniques, high-end sophisticated instrument, and if time permits, we will go for case studies. Otherwise, we shall go with the remaining part of this PPT. So when we are So what is the role of forensic science in law enforcement? There are four parts of this system, law enforcement system. One is investigating agencies, which have very, very important role. Then criminal trial process is there. Then justice delivery process is there. And all three are linked with the forensic science in the present scenario by virtue of its nature of work and significance and its role in examination of forensic evidences. So as you all are aware, investigating agencies are the agencies who collect, preserve and transport exhibit to the laboratory, which may be at this collected at the scene of crime or during the course of investigation. And as far as forensic document is concerned, these are generally collected during the course of investigation. Then reports are generated with by the forensic laboratories, and then these are presented to the investigating officer, which is provided to the prosecution, and prosecution by these findings present the case of the investigating agencies before the honorable court. And then honorable court decide about the scientific findings, test, corroborative evidences, confirmatory evidences, and the cases decided with respect to conviction or to be proved at guilty or not guilty. So by these way, these are the related areas. Role and responsibility of an expert. If we go for broadly with respect to role and responsibility, a forensic expert have to perform 4 duties in present scenarios. First important part is forensic examination. The exhibits which are collected from the scene of crime or during the investigation or by any means, any material, any findings which are to be performed by for the purpose of justice delivery system are carried out for forensic examination. So main role of any forensic expert is forensic examination of sample. It may be of any kind. It may be forensic document, forensic biological sample, forensic chemistry, toxicology, NDPS, digital data, audio, video, any kind of evidence which are brought to the laboratory as for the forensic examination. Then in respect of the report generated by the expert are brought for the criminal trial process, and during the criminal trial process, expert had to appear for his expert testimony. So what findings he or she has prepared during the course of examination are presented there, and after examination in chief or during course examination, he has to go through with all details which are required for the judiciary system or for the prosecution or for the defense to pursue the findings which he or she has prepared during the course of examination. And this is very, very important part. Next, training, research and development is also third of the part, a third of the role responsibility of expert. As we are in the field, we are aware about the examination method, about the limitation, about the procedure, about the future requirement or field innovation and modern developments. So it is very essential part by virtue of our experience and knowledge, we share this to law enforcement agencies or the people of prosecution or the people of judiciary or with the students also, so that they can be get trained and our law enforcement system can work effectively. So this training part when given to such experts give very good outputs with respect to their work carried out and which is to be performed by them during the course of future scenario. Then research is also important because whenever we learn something in academic sessions or we learn during the university courses or other diploma courses, we learn about the existing knowledge. And there are certain areas which come to knowledge that there are certain limitations, there are requirement of innovation on addition of new technology. Then research is most important part. So whenever university student with a forensic expert conduct any kind of research or case oriented research work, then it gives good results or good inputs with respect to the that particular problem. So development is always there. It is a regular part of any of the scientific discipline that there should be training, research, development, further addition of academic knowledge. And now new concept is crime scene management. So somewhere when heinous crimes are there, evidences are collected or evidences are identified by the experts at the scene of crime, which provide a very, very important inputs. As we all are aware that when evidences are collected in a good condition, good scientific manner and preserved and procured in a proper way, then results and findings which are carried out in the laboratory are more successful. If evidence is collected in good form, then there are chances that we could get conclusive report. And if the evidence like biological evidences or like footprints or other digital media evidences are not collected in a right way, there are chances of losses of evidences. So there it weakens the case and it shall not be in the interest of society to get proper justice to the victim or to the innocent person. So whatever evidences are collected, I am speaking about physical evidences. Physical, I mean to say, which can be collected from the place of crime scene or during the course of investigation and that are physically handed over to the laboratory. So any material or entity that has an important role in the matter or the criminal case that finally result into legal proceeding intended to prove a fact in issue based on demonstrable physical characteristics. These kind of physical evidences may be documentary evidences or material evidences. So what are the important part of that? That is to discover which is the evidence important for the documentary examination of material purposes. And we have to recognize that whether it is useful for that forensic examination and linked with the case, then we have to examine how to collect, then record that evidence, then identifying markings are given, packing is there, storing is there, exhibit is collected and then disposed of after examination as per SOPs. As we are there for question document examination, so what is question document examination? It is an examination that applies science and analytical techniques to the question concerning document using scientific process and method that are potentially disputed in the court of law or before any party. It is a comparison of question item with comparable standard materials in order to establish the identity of or origin or authenticity or the source. So wherever any dispute about authenticity, then it comes in the category of question. and question document examination cover all these type of queries. Which type of question we receive for examination? In broader sense, a document is anything, any material bearing mark, sign, symbol which convey any meaning or message to someone is a part of document. It includes convention form. Generally, we understand that something written paper is a document, but it is partially correct because the document cover all the things as already mentioned that anything, any material, any sign, any symbol which convey any meaning message. So it may be in the form of convention form of paper document, or it may be on the wall. It may be in the form of stamp impression. It may be markings. It may be hidden writings on letters or anything. Sometimes there are writings which we examine during the scene of crime, which are put on wall, and some person want to give some indication to to other one related to something mishappening had to her or him. So these kind of writings sometimes available on dressing tables with a kajal pencil, with a lipstick, or with a on the wall with a material like sometimes it is written with blood, sometimes written with the pen, sometimes written with any of the material with which visible impressions can be made. Sometimes it is written on notebook and first paper during the course of examination is destroyed by any means. Then impressions which are available on next subsequent sheets are practically invisible, but as far as document examination is concerned, we can conduct examination of these invisible impressions also. So any type of material can be useful for forensic examination, but it should be corrected from the scene of crime or should link with the crime which is to be investigated, by the agency. Or any material bearing writing or mechanically produced text. Even typewriting is also a part of question document. And computer printout is also a part of question document. Its messages are also part of that. So these are impressions. These are not writings, but these are mechanical or typing impressions, but a part of document examination. So authenticity of almost any kind of document can be questioned. So what is in the form of visible and with which that document is made up of? So it may be paper, it may be ink, it may be writings, it may be typewritings, it may be days of document, it may be sequence of writing. These all are part of document examinations. Broadly, in any of the laboratory, we receive various kind of question documents, and out of which important documents which we receive are generally wills for examination, whether this is genuine or forged. Sometimes in some cases, we receive 2 or 3 will purported to be done by the same person. So authenticity or genuineness become in question. Check are most common type of document which any forensic expert take for examination. Then bank drafts, agreements to sale or agreement for any of the execution of work, related to deals, any bills, receipts, identity theft, identity forgeries, counterfeiting, suicide note, homicide note, surface features, latent image, alteration, watermarks, ink impression, passport, certificates, historical document, etc. So these are the certain type of document which we have mentioned. Otherwise, there may be huge number and huge variety of document examination problems which we receive in the laboratory. This is the definition of document under Section 3 of Indian Evidence Act. The documents mean any matter expressed or described upon any substance by means of letters, figures, or marks, or by more than one of those means intended to be used or which may be used for the purpose of reporting that matter. This is the definition as per Indian Evidence Act. These are the relevant section under which these cases are registered or these related cases are explained, which we receive generally for forensic document examination. These are section 29, 120B, 407, 408, 417, 418, 420, 463, 465, 467, section 468, 469, 470, 471, 472, 473, and 489A2E, etc. There may be other section if case pertains to other type of examination. Question document is that document that are the potentially disputed in the court of law or document with doubtful authenticity. So in examination and comparison, we may have to broadly compare writings, ink and paper comparison, Indian and foreign currency, scanned document, electronically printed document, electronic impressions, watersock documents, age of document, torn and serrated edges of paper, anonymous writings, computer printouts, secret writings, chart documents, signatures, security document, fabricated and built-up documents, typescripts, damage and restoration of document, alteration in original text, etc. These are the broadly covered problems. So role of document examiner is to ascertain if the question sample originated from the same source or that of known item, followed by presenting their opinion on the matter in the court as an expert witness. And to determine what has happened to a document is absolute or relative date of protection, decipher information on the document that has been obscured, obliterated, or erased. Process of examination in forensic document examination, it requires three steps which are to be followed. One is determination and analysis of data. Second is comparison of data. Then evaluation and interpretation of findings, and then verification, validation of and peer review. So when we have to explain about determination and analysis of data, we have to go through with the question document, what is required to be examined, what type of problem is being asked by the investigating agencies, whether they are asking about the paper quality of two documents, they are asking about the writings genuineness, or they are asking about the signatures genuineness, or there is a query about the forgery. So we have to examine that, we have to determine that, then we have to take comparison and analyze whether provided material is sufficient enough for comparison or not. Then in forensic, any of the forensic examination, it is a comparison method. So either it may be forensic document or other kind of exhibit. Forensic is always a comparison. As far as forensic document examination is concerned, it is comparison of questioned document or question item or question writing or question signature or question typewriting with the known material, means standard procured from the suspect or from the complainant or any other source which are to be examined. So it is comparison of question writings with the standard writings or question document with the standard documents. When we receive fake currency, we have to compare it with the genuine currency. When we receive passport, we have to compare it with the genuine features of passport. So after getting our findings, we have to evaluate and interpret whether these are comparable, whether these are in the category of genuine writings, whether these are in the category of genuine signature, or they are going towards the forced signature. So we have to evaluate and interpret these findings scientifically so that opinion can be framed in these areas. Then in some of the laboratory where there is NABL certification, they are part of peer review or review of findings which are prepared by the experts. So this is optional. When we have to conduct any examination, there should be some principle of examination. As far as forensic document examination is concerned, as we all know, we learn in our childhood that how to write. And from that, we develop our writing skills. And at the age of adulthood, we get a systematic, a consistent writing. But even then, we are learning from the same age group. We are learning from the same teacher. We are learning in the same environment. Our writing differs from one person to another person. There are many reasons for that. And writing becomes from acquired habits to subconscious habit that even we have to write something, we not go specifically which is to be right. We work somewhere and we can write with our handwriting, with the neuromuscular system. We are so familiar, we are so acquired to that practice. But even then, there are principles certain which exist for examination, that no two handwritings are exactly the same. And this is the very important basis for examination. When two writings are exactly alike, exactly identical, then both writings will go for the same authorship. And when there is deviation, they will go to different authors. This is first of the principle which we forensic document examiner adopt. Second is nobody can increase on his or her skill. Whatever we acquired during the process of our learning, on the basis of that, we can acquire a skill. But when we have to apply this principle, this is very useful principle in identification of forgeries, because when forgeries is there and a skill is different, we can identify that this class of signature is forged signature or genuine signature. This is one of the indication also there. In disguised writing, generally the skill will be of poor quality. It will be less superior, because general writing habits are consistent, and when we distort, then distorting give less speed, less consistency, and less good effects on the pictorial version of that work. And natural variation is very, very important part, which is found in any of the writing, because writing is not a mechanical process. So when we are writing some word M, N, B, D, etc., when we will put it next time, it cannot be exactly overlap with each other, because we are putting these on a neuromuscular coordination system, not on the basis of mechanical. And whenever it is exactly alike, this give an indication of forgery. So while comparing the question document or question writings, we require some standard. Standards are classified into two categories. These are specimen writings and admitted writings. Specimen are the requested writings which are taken with similar writing instrument on similar surface. These are taken generally by the IO or the inquiry officer, who have to conduct the examination for the purpose of certain decision. Then content should be similar and in the same language as the question. As I have already told that forensic is always a comparison of question with the standard. So if writing is in Hindi, then we require sample writing in the Hindi version. And if writings are in English or Punjabi or Gurmukhi or Telugu, then standard will be required for comparison in the same language. And it is good to have the same content, because same content provide good combination of similar type of character combination and the presentation of content on the paper. So it is preferred that content should be said, and even in some cases content, if not same, then should have the similar combination. And it is advised that instead of taking 10 sample sheets in one time or one sitting, it should be preferred that it should be taken 5 sheets at separate time, 5 sheets of a specimen at separate time, so that if there is an element of disguise, that can be eliminated, because disguise is always due to adopted habits which cannot be consistently maintained by any of the person. So we should take content on different intervals. And while taking standardizing, one should be careful that question document should not be shown to the suspect to get the better quality of specimen samples. Then admitteds are also required. Then while collecting admitteds, we should keep in mind that we should collect similar type of admitted writings or signatures as occurring in the question. There may be chances that question document is in, question signature is written in Hindi version. Somebody is putting his name like Ramlal, and specimens are provided by the person saying Ramlal, R-A-M-L-A-L. So there will be no comparison of that question signature with the specimen signature. So in that cases, admitteds are very, very important. And sometimes questions document are pertaining to very earlier period. Like question document is pertaining to year 1990, and we have registered some case during the year 2020. So we are able to take sample from that person. He will provide or she will provide, but there will be gap of approximate 30 years. And there are always certain changes with the passage of time in humans writing by the reasons of use of writing or by the reasons of health reasons or neuromuscular coordination. Many reasons are there. So in that cases, it is preferred to have contemporary period admitted writings or signatures. While identifying the writing characteristics, we have to see for class characteristics, individual characteristics, and accidental characteristics. These are the 3 characteristics which any document examiner base for his identifications. Class characteristics are the writing habits learned as a kid by copying example of letter, and their habits carry over the adulthood. Class characteristics are those aspect, element, qualities of writings that situate a person within a group of writer, or that give a written communication a group or identity. or we may broadly say that class characteristics are those characteristics which are chances of occurring in more than one person by virtue of training or learning or environment. The group of writer writing in any class may vary in size from a small number to continental population. It may be due to geographic effect, religious, national, academic, political boundaries by which the writing can be related to. And individual writing characteristics are always the unique features due to nerve and motor skill of that developed during the writings become subconscious. We all know that writing is a subconscious activity, and it is performed by neuromuscular coordination of a person. That is the reason writing of one person differs from the another person. And individual writing characteristics are those discriminating elements that serve to differentiate between the members within a group or all group. These characteristics of writings are peculiar to a specific writer and are infrequently encountered in a group and give uniqueness to the writing. And this is a very, very important basis of identification for a forensic document examiner in any of the questioned areas. Sometimes some characteristics remain there which are neither general characteristic nor individual characteristic, but may occur due to certain reason. These are called as accidental characteristics. These are isolated, brief, temporary from the normal writing practice. This may occur due to failure of pen. This may be due to poor or faulty writing service. This may be due to your nervousness, anger, or by mood temperaments. So these are accidental characteristics. Even then, these are taken into consideration by the document expert while examining these cases. So these are the three features which are taken along with the principle of handwriting examination. While we all know that question is compared with the standard. So when we have question, this is a simple example of original and forced writing, that this is question 1. And we require similar type of a standard, similar type of combinations for comparison. This is an example of distorted writing. So you can see a person when try to disguise himself, herself, so try to distort her own writings. In that process, or in case of forgery and wrong information communication, try to hide her identity, then try to disguise information of character. Either it may be in multiple pen operation or breaking of strokes is there. In such kind of writing, generally what happens, the skill and quality output deteriorates. And even inconsistency also exists. Obliterating writing are the writings when some original writings have been put and then it has been scored out by any of the similar type of strokes or inks or by other inks. And very common query with the question document examiner that what was written in original. So with the help of instrument, we have to take examination of such type of document and we decipher original writings. And sometimes these writings are very, very important in cases. These are intended impression when we write on first page and that written visible page has been destroyed by any reason. And remaining page have some impression of invisible writing stroke which arise due to writing pressure. We have facility and we have instruments available with which we can develop that indentation into visible form. We can take photograph of that and then we can examine with the standard writings. In such cases, sometimes very useful information we receive. These are ISDA images developed with the help of ISDA with indentation and writings. Addition and alteration of amount or any material or content is very common for forensic document examiner, generally in the cases of checks or wherever monetary transactions are involved. So by addition of any of the stroke or any feature or any simple zero, they can enhance the amount, or by erasing some of the figure, they can decrease that amount. So in many cases, we receive such type of checks or drafts where amount has been increased or amount is decreased, either by adding or putting some stroke. So by the use of instrument, we can identify and provide opinion and scientific observations. Sometimes original documents are torn into pieces and then serrations are there. And generally it happens in the case of suicide, when some person allegate to somebody, and when family members open the door and see some note is there, what they do, they try to distort or they destroy that evidences. And during the search, when investigating officer or a team of the forensic expert get that pieces, they collect these pieces, they put in a proper sequencing form and try to restore the original contents that become very useful in examination, and the circumstances arise due to which the person has conducted the suicide. This is very common in that places. These are the part of erasers when amount has been erased. Example of sequence of a stroke. Sometimes signatures are put on blank paper, and some type contents are prepared, and it is used purposefully for certain reasons. Then question arises whether there was existing signature on blank paper, and that typed material has been put later stages, and this document is built up, and at that stages it requires sequence of stroke examination, and it is very difficult query for the forensic document examination, but the experts are putting answer to these queries. So this is related to alteration of figure, in which original figure was 1998, which by eraser has and alteration has been altered to 1992. This happens generally in the document when they try to use some document purposefully for that particular period, or want to prove it is an old transaction. Such type of queries occur. Suicide notes which we receive from the same. Sometimes it also happens that in one case we receive multiple number of suicide note. Then authenticity and genuineness become very, very important part. Generally this happen in the cases of multiple suicide note, in the cases of honor killing. Stamp impression comparison. Then high resolution, in which original figure was 407, it was erased, and with the help of instrument we could restore. Then revenue stamp, some signature existing on a revenue stamp that are lifted and pasted on some of the document, and some strokes are added further to complete the signature. This type of query we receive for forensic examination. Watermarks on checks, very, very important part. Sometimes fake printings are made with respect to demand drafts and checkbooks, and huge amount are withdrawn. When this type of document are put for document examination, we see that watermark is there, not there, micro printing is not there, just simple pictorial copy has been made and that has been put for transaction. So such query we receive generally. Chemical eraser, credit cards, sometimes passport forgeries are also there. Now, while document examinations, forgery and disguise is very important part. So what is forgery? Forgery is any, as per jo IPC direction, it is a false document or part of document with intent to cause damage or injury to the public or to a person, or support any claim or title, to cause any person to part with property or to enter into any express or implied contract, or with an intent to commit fraud, or that fraud may be commits forgery. So what forgery? Forgery may be committed by execution of writing, signature, or by putting or adding typewriting, by printing, by engraving, by erasing, by altering, by content of document, or by putting seal or stamp impression. It is not there that some signature forgery is forgery. Forgery broadly covers any type of action without knowledge of that person, and it may be by imitation or tracing of signature, or writing of another person, or writing name of third person with false representation, or without lawful authority, dishonestly, fraudulently, by cancellation or otherwise, after a document in any material part thereof. So it may be any type of activity which is harming to someone, and it has been performed without the knowledge of the genuine one. Identification of forgery in signature. These are few features by which we can identify when written or writing or signature are relatively slow, and it can be compared with the taking into consideration with the sample, because if we see one signature, we cannot identify that this disputed signature is slow or fast. So for that purpose, we have to take sample, and with comparison of sample, we can in general identify that this is slow one. And in general, forgeries, for signatures are relatively slow. Their start and endings are generally blunt. Otherwise, if fluent writer is there, its start will be with a span sweep or very sharp finishing, commencing, and terminating strokes remains there. But as far as forgeries are concerned, any person who is putting forgery or who is applying for the forgery remain very careful and while performing this act and inking the stroke. So generally these strokes at start and end are very blunt. Line quality generally remain very poor. There remain traces and patches, and stop in places where writings should be free and smooth. And inconsistent letter formation is very important part when forged writings are being produced. It can be identified by knowing by the question document with a known sample, and it can be made with a match of between a document and author, obtaining some writing of suspect and exemplar, and compare the trait and found the question document with the characteristic are often used in analysis are. Generally, we see for letter formation, which type of shape is in question, which type is in their standard, how is curves are there, angles are there, proportional characteristics are there, and commencing and connecting strokes are there, how T crossing is there, I dot is there, this type of line quality is there, whether smoothness is in letter formation or there is upward going stroke or downward stroke, which type of writing pressure is there, which type of formatting is there between the letter spacing and spacing between the word. How many pen lifts are there, pen pressure, quality of pen pressure is there, pen connecting stroke is there, how is the quality of beginning and ending stroke, which type of unusual letter formation is there, diacritic placement quality we also examine, baseline habit or underscoring habit, fancy writing habits, and with that examine the question document for detectable thread and record them, obtain some writing of suspect as an exemplar, and compare the trait found in the question document within it, draw conclusion about the authorship of question document based on the comparison. So which type of forgeries are there? We have broadly classified in two type of categories. One is conventional forgery, which generally used to go till date, and second category is smart forgery, which is coming in practice since last 8 to 10 years. Conventional forgery again classified into freehand forgery, trace forgery, forgery over genuine signature. This type of forgery is generally in built-up document. Transport forgery, forgery by memory, forgery without model of forgery by impersonation. Then smart category or technical advancement forgery is electronically copied forgery, by which any draft or checkbook is get printed or signature is lifted through the scanner and put on some another document, then typed out printing document forgeries and eraser, etc. So conventional forgery again to classify freehand simulated practice forgery. I think 30 minutes time is there for every speaker. So if it is there, I will try to short my this one. So we will not go in detail. I will briefly speak about freehand simulated and practice forgery. These are the forgery when a person with an intention to put forgery practice the signature of a real person and then put on some of the document. However, success will depend upon the skill of forger, quality of signature, size of signature, complexity of signature, language and script familiarity, writing system, and practice. It is detection of practice forgery because perfect simulation is not possible, so it can be identified, but experience definitely matter in such cases. Then trace forgery, this can be identified by the track mark below the signatures or near the signature. It can be, tracing can be with many types: intended tracing, carbon tracing, transmitted tracing, projection tracing, and pantographic tracing. Then trace signatures show lack of natural variation. If two signatures are there by tracing, so there will be no natural variation. So it is very, very important part. If signature is genuine, then a natural variation will be there. And if there is no natural variation, you can identify the signature is not genuine. Either one of the signature is not genuine or both are not genuine. So these will superimpose defective line quality, dimensional comparison, presence of tracing mark, indented writings, tracing model, pictorial effect, and multiple tracing features. These are the, this is the example of when signature is genuine and some content has been put for a recommendation of some person, and sometimes it is there when in good faith senior people of family gives their signature on blank paper, and after their demise or even during their lifetime, their offsprings or their friends or some members utilize with wrong purpose. This type of signature are generally genuine, but the document is forged in nature. So these are generally collected in the code phase signatures. Detection can be there if some content has been tried to arrange on the existing area, then there may be dimension of document vary, surface of document be there, or crowding of writing may be there, or size of writing may be of not a normal kind, and there may be huge spacing just to adjust the signature and content on that. Conventional transported, which I have spoken that when we lift any of the revenue stream from one place and put on another place and add some strokes, this have lifted. Forgery without any model. We do not have any model before us, and we put in our own choice. So this type forgery also there. Smart or electronically copied forgery detection. Signature produced with the help of electronic gadgets such as computer scanner, digital camera. Signature produced as well. This is very common and very popular signatures in present day scenario. And for a common man, it is difficult to identify. But even then, more than one signature are there, then no natural variation, and even single signature is there, then there is no writing pressure. And with the line quality stroke examination under microscopic condition, we can identify whether this is genuine signature. So such type of electronic signature. This may be a type printed document forgery, by which we are preparing such type of documents. So tool and technique in document examination, there may be, earlier it used to be think that forensic document examination is conducted only through lens, or sometimes we use microscope. But in present scenario, with the inventions, development, R&D activities, and use of latest techniques, we can take many techniques for forensic document examination. First important part is photography, then stereo microscopy, then multispectral imaging techniques, electrostatic detection system, comparison microscopy, TLC is also there for ink examination or some other queries if related. High performance liquid chromatography, gas chromatography can also be used, FTIR, Raman spectroscopy, and X-ray, fluorescence, and forensic workstation also. These are the details of techniques, so we should skip that. And we have high-end sophisticated instrument for document examination, which at least in our laboratory, we are using high-end sophisticated instrument, which are very important because we know forgery can be of any kind, which can be identified through visible spectrum of light, or that can be identified with the ultraviolet range or IR range. And we are not able to see the examination part in ultraviolet and IR. For that purposes, we require forensic workstation, which is important so that we can identify the erased writing and can restore the original writings which has been originally erased or restored. So this is few of the instrument we use. First one is basic, very basic lens magnifying glasses, then loop microscope, mini microscope, Inspect 5, Inspect 6, Inspect 8. These are the portable forensic workstation and very useful for forensic document examination. These are the microscope, various kind of microscope we are using. These are again various kind of microscope, and this stereo zoom inspection dynoscope is very useful because it is without eyepiece, and picture which is provided by this this dynoscope is very of good quality. These are comparison microscopes. generally used forensic workstation in any of the lab is DocuState. It is in the name of ISDA also, in the name of Workbox also, DocuBox HD, DocuBox Dragon. These provide various huge range of examination facility, which a document examiner has to go through. SpectraPro, these are the large systems. In any of the advanced laboratory, there should be these systems. These are another requirement. For transmitted light are sometimes used for obliterated writings, and reprobate unit, as we all are aware, when signatures are on revenue stamp and we have to examine the original signature for the purpose of authorship, then photography provide very, very good help. For ink stroke examination, Raman spectroscopy is useful and chromatography is also useful. But as we all know, in question document examination, we generally adopt non-destructive technique. And wherever it is permitted, then with the permission of investigating agency, we can apply for destructive part also. Only in that cases, we can go for chromatography cases. But this is technique which is available. So these are few case study. I think with in another your symposium we will discuss with case studies. If this is the brief about the forensic document examination, and we all know how much forensic document is in our life, because when a couple have a child in his hand, so it can be confirmed he's a child when we have birth certificate, and we are graduate, we are postgraduate. It can be confirmed only when we show our that passing certificate. So question document is always document is always very, very important part of our life. So it remain in everyday use and always a source of identity, because somewhere you have to give PAN card, somewhere Aadhaar card, somewhere 10th examination marks, somewhere some certificate. So remain very important. But while handling document, we should all be careful. And one this I will like to show you that this is magic ink pen. You all have heard about that, in which some writings are filled with the ink, which is evaporated with the heating effect. And in such cases, when some person come for collection of check from your house and you give a check using that pen with magic ink. So what they do generally, they put some heating device your writing portion, the ink evaporate, and then they put another kind of another writings of their own choice, and your money is taken from your account. This type of fraud is also there. But if we are careful, we can protect ourselves and our society with many kind of such forge. Whatever good practice we should follow while document examination or forensic evidence examination, we should be careful about the integrity of evidence. We should prevent it from contamination. As far as forensic document is concerned, direct contamination is not there, but if we go for extra stapling, extra exposure to the heat or moisture, it get effect in rent quality stroke. Documentation should be there, and then recording of evidence should be there, photography, videography, or instrumentation. Then objectivity, methodology, and standard protocol should be fine, and then finding, indication, and conclusion, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for an informational lecture. While continuing the event, I want to call Mr. Dinesh Kamble for introducing our next speaker, Dr. N.P. Wagmare. Over to you, Dinesh sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to read profile of the sir. Dr. Narayan Pandurang Wagmare, presently working as a director, Goa State Forensic Science Laboratory since 2016. He did PhD in forensic ballistics from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He has more than 28 years of experience in forensic science laboratory, dealing with forensic ballistic cases and research fields.
Hello, thank you very much, ma'am. बहुत informative, madam.
He has examined and reported more than 5,000 criminal cases related to firearms and ammunition incidents. He published more than 70 research papers in peer-reviewed national and international journals in the fields of forensic ballistics. He was awarded. He was awarded prestigious Union Home Minister Awards, Government of India in 2004, and also awarded Best Young Scientist Award in ISCA conference held in Pune. He had organized 16 in-service training courses in forensic ballistics for police officers and law enforcement agencies. With these words, I request sir to address the participants. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I sincerely thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Vaishnav Vidyapith University, Indore. I also thanks to Dr. Kavita Sharma, coordinator of this forensic science division. I also thanks to Sri Gautam ji, Professor Gautam ji, for giving me the opportunity to deliver the lecture in front of you. I also thanks to Chairperson Dr. Mandar ji. I also thank to co-chairperson Dr. Pawar ji, and I most thankful to all students, researchers, and other teaching staff who is listening to my lecture. So today I'm delivering the research and evaluation of forensic ballistics in.
Hello.
Is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir. But some noise is there at your side.
I think all of rest of us should mute ourselves. It won't come. Please continue.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, just briefing the forensic ballistics. Just generally, if we define the ballistics, it decides the motion of the projectile or the motion behavior of the motion of the projectile. So, but in forensic ballistics, if we see, it is the science which analyze the firearm bullets and its impact on the target. So, what is the ballistic fingerprinting? Is analyzing the firearm user to determine whether it is a particular bullet is fired from a particular gun or not. So, there is a various ways to identify the firearm from the type of the bullet, type of the firearm, their serial numbers of the weapon, which is engraved during the manufacturing process, and we also identify whether the particular firearm has been fired with the help of gunshot residue pattern on hands, which are generally getting on the hands of the shooter, on the victim's cloth, and on the wounds. And we also identify the firearm identification with the help of the distance of firing, that means from the muzzle to target distances. So this is what the forensic experts give this evidence to the court of law, or generally what is the role of the forensic ballistic expert. So in the scene of crime, the question rises: what is the type of firearm has been used? What are the caliber of the bullet which is fired from a particular gun, which is recovered from the scene of crime? How many bullets were fired from a particular gun? And what is the position of shooter and the victim? And what are the whether the particular weapon is recently fired on, how much time it has been fired? And then the question rises: the estimation of range of firing, then shooter identification, then working condition. So the major part, suppose somebody has made the murder with the help of the firearm and broken the weapon. So the question rises here also: whether the particular firearm is in normal working condition or not, whether the ammunition which is fired from that is ammunition or not. So all these things generally the ballistic experts are examining under the forensic laboratory. Then another vital question generally asked by the investigating officer or law enforcement agency: whether the fire bullet or cartridge cases has been fired from a particular gun or not. You give me the 100 bullet or cartridge cases and give me the one rifle or one pistol or revolver. So I can 100% certainty tell that the particular bullet has been fired from particular weapon. So there is a 100% certainty we can say, or vice versa, we can say whether the particular gun was involved in particular crime or not. And then Another question is also generally happening after the shooting incident. There is whether the bullet hole found generally found on the walls or found on the target. It's a bullet hole or not. So generally in our country, other than the regular standard firearms, standard rifles, standard guns, there is a lot of 95% crimes taken place by the country-made firearms and the pipe guns. So this is the generally I'm just talking about because my most research work will be there for the students in country-made firearms. So this is the country-made firearm generally manufacturing by the anti-social element, and generally 95% are the murders are took place by this type of the firearm. This is the country-made pistols, and this is the improvised pistol, which is exactly similar as with a standard pistol. So, but there is a lot of difference, real one and this improvised pistol. So distance determination, how we can determine the distance. Distance determination is very essential for the gunshot injury. If the shooter shoots the self-defense, the question again here arises, so what is the distance between the shooter and the victim? Somebody called to the person from the house and shoot him and run away. So here the question rises, what is the distance between the shooter and the victim? In particularly suicide victims are also very important, whether there is a shooter's hand, whether there is a gunshot residue present or not. If the gunshot residue is not there on his hand, then the lack of residue may indicate the foul play. So this gunshot residue determination is generally depending upon the distribution of the propellant, distribution of the powder pattern, and spreading on the target material. On that basis, we are giving the opinion how much distance it has been fired. So in general, the propellant distance, if we fire through the firearm, distance increases and the residue also decreases. So here is how we determine the range of firing. Firstly, I am giving the briefing of this one. Generally, we are determining the range of firing with the help of the burning, blackening, and tapping. So somebody, before you loaded the gun and we press the trigger, after pressing the trigger, what will happen? The firing pin will strike to the percussion cap, and within the gun there is a huge amount of temperature pressure is created, and with the help of this force of gases, projectile will come out from the barrel. So if the target is suppose if we fire from the gun and there is one flash is coming, here is in my this slide there is a flash is coming. This range of the flash is also limited with varying with a weapon to weapon. You see this flash is if the target is within the flash range, then there is a burning surrounding the gunshot wound. If there is a second image is here burning due to the hot flame, so that is the burning also form is varying from weapon to weapon. In burning, you see in pistol and revolver, you see pistol there is a 6 inch, we will get it. In revolver 2 to 3 inch, in rifle 9 inch, and 12 bore gun is the 12 inch. So it depends upon the weapon to weapon. This is the burning I am talking about. Then later on, then blackening also. After firing through the glass, after firing through the firearm, behind the bullet, some amount of gas also traveling behind the bullet. And if the target is within the gas range, that gas also deposited around the gunshot wound, and that deposited gunshot wound, gas deposited around the gunshot wound is called the blackening. And blackening also vary from weapon to weapon. In a service rifle, it comes to 9 inches. In pistol revolver, it's 6 inches, and 12 bore shotgun, it is 12 inches. So this blackening also vary from weapon to weapon. So blackening is formed due to the hot gases. And then afterwards, if you go increase the distance, some unburned propellant particle and partially burnt propellant particle also traveling behind the bullet. And if the target is within that range, this unburned propellant particle also deposited surrounding the gunshot wound. And this deposition of the unburned propellant particle or burnt propellant particle is called the tattooing. So with the help of this burning, blackening, tattooing, we estimate the range of firing. Beyond that range, we could not able to identify how much distance it has been fired. So mostly 1 to 2 distances we can fire. Suppose this is a distance 3 inches. You see the spreading of the propellant is done, and spreading of the propellant is increasing here. In 9 inches, it is Again, the spreading is increasing, 15 feet is increasing. You see here. Then then somebody has fired the gun. You see some during the firing process, some amount of energy of the gas energy of the utilized to propel the projectile, some energy required back also. So some there is some after firing process, there is a huge amount of gas pressure is created inside the gun. So some gas utilized to propel the projectile, some gas requires back also. So during this gas is back process of the gas, they are deposited around the shooter's hand. So this gas which is deposited, required gas is deposited on the shooter's hand is not a simple gas. It is it consists of a lead antimony bearing when they are burning at the rate of 3,300 degree temperature within the gun, and they suddenly cool on the shooter's hand after coming into the ear contact. Then that particle is known as the gunshot residue particle. So with the help of this gunshot residue particle, we can identify the shooters, we can identify the bullet hole on the target material, whether it may be the target, which may be the live thing or this may be the solid thing. And we can also estimate the range of firing with the help of this. This one is the gas, after firing the assortment of the gas is coming and they are deposited around the shooter's hand. So see, in shotgun, handgun and there is a shoulder guns are there. In handgun, there will be on the wave portion, the gunshot residue will be there. And in rifle, firing during this gas is also back, and they are deposited on the earbuds or near the ear, on the head ear. All these things, there is a gunshot residue deposited. There is a ricochet phenomenon. Somebody fires the gun and celebrity firing in the celebrity firing, or somebody has fired the shoot the gun. Fired the gun, and that gun, suppose it hits to the hard surface and changes direction, that is called the ricochet. Why a ricochet? Because for the R&D, it is very, very important for the students to make the research on this aspect. And then there are two types of the firearms are there, two types of the bullets generally. One is the cylindroconidal bullet, and another one is the spherical bullet. There are two types of the bullet, whether it is a jacketed in cylindroconidal or non-jacketed in cylindroconidal. But one bullet is which is a spherical in shape, that is which is used in a 12-bore gun, or 12-bore gun, 14-bore gun, 8-bore gun, 16-bore, 20-bore gun. In 12-bore gun, there is a small pellets are used. So this, from the spreading of the pellets also we can estimate the range of firing. Another topic of this one, research in the forensic ballistics, is firing through the glass targets also. So firing through the glass, which is the entry side, which is the exit side, how many concentric fractures are there, how many spiral cracks are there, how many radicals are, which is the first bullet hole, which is another, which is the second hole, which is the third hole. On the basis of this research and development, we can identify which is the first hole, second hole, and third hole. So glass firing, which is generally we are seeing in our normal life, there is a glass windows, glass doors, glass offices are there. And in that cases, research in glass through the firing is also very, very important. So I have there written here some basic research and development activity for the forensic ballistic person, the student who wants to do the research in this field. So there are a lot of scope in the mathematical modeling of gunshot injuries of different category of firearms. There are mathematical modeling. So there is a mathematical model is to be developed for the gunshot injury. What type of the gunshot injury will be taken place by pistol, revolver, rifle, AK-47. So there is a lot of scope in mathematical who is interested in mathematics. So for that person, this mathematical modeling in forensic ballistics also very, very useful for the simulation of the gunshot injury in different type of the caliber firearm. Then another is the range of estimation of range of firing on a different target material. You know, in our general life, there are various types of the targets are there, various types of the cloths are people are wearing, various types of the walls are there. There is a different types of the matrix of the target material. So on the bullet hit to the target, and then how much it made the hole, what are the there is a burning, blackening, tattooing is present on the hole or not. One this way we can estimate the range of firing. So estimation of range of firing on different target materials is also very, very important for the determination of the range of firing by the various firearms and ammunition. So this is very, very important topic for the student who can do the research in this firing, estimation of range of firing. Another also research topic of this forensic ballistic is accidental firing models of various firearms. So how the firearms are made accidental firing during the 12 bore, we can say take 12 bore, revolver, pistol. In what condition the accidental firing took place? Suppose somebody is running with a loaded firearm. Somebody is climbing on the tree in the loaded firearm. Somebody is climbing on the vehicle or truck or bus. So what are the accidental firings can be taken place? So in that way, these accidental firing models are very, very important, and with the different types of the firearms and ammunition. So there is a very good scope for doing the research in accidental firing models of various firearms and ammunition combinations. So this is a very good opportunity to do the research in accidental firing models in forensic ballistics. Another one is the gunshot residue, identification of gunshot residue at the nano level. Now, so this age is a nano age. So in nano age, we see gunshot residue particle which we cannot see our naked eye. So we can identify nanoparticle level also. So here is a very much need to do the research in gunshot residue particle for the student who wants to do research in this field. So gunshot residue particle at nanoparticle level is very, very important to identify whether the particular place the firing has taken place or not, or the particular scene of crime where the firing took place. So with the help of this nanoparticle, we can identify whether there is a particular firing took place, particular crime scene or not. Another also identification of gunshot residue particle on human targets also. So we can't firing on the human target, but we can make the simulation on a directing gel and directing gel or paper target or other targets we can make. So we can identify what amount of the gunshot residue particles are deposited from the distance. If we fire the distance, different distances by the different targets, the different firearms. So in this aspect, the determination of gunshot residue particles from the different target on the different target material by different firearms ammunition combination. So this one also very well good research topic for the students who want to do the research in this gunshot residue particle. Another one research topic is the population and protocol study of gunshot residue by standard and improvised firearms. Now you know this the persons are wearing 2-3 cloths. Suppose outer side is a shirt, then inside the banian in winter season there is a sweater. So on that way, how much amount of gunshot residue particles are deposited on the sweater, on the shirt. Within that there is a banian. There is a how much GSR particles are distributed, and what the population of the distributed on the particular target. So in this aspect, this population study of the gunshot residue particle is by standard weapon as well as the improvised firearms, country-made firearms are very, very important to make they can make the standard protocol of the gunshot residue particle spreading on the victim's hand or on the target material. So in this aspect, the improvised firearm, country-made firearm, now there is no research in this aspect by the country-made firearm and improvised firearm. How much GSR particles are distributed if we fire through these country-made and improvised systems. So there is a lot of scope of this student who want to do the research in this aspect. Then the determination of range of firing with the help of country-made improvised firearm from the different target material on the different target material. Here is also in country-made and improvised firearm, no much work has been done in this aspect. So there is a very much scope in the student to do the research in country-made and improvised firearms from the different target dates. We can take the different cloth target, we can get the different textile material, you can get the different targets are also sometimes a wall, different types of the wall, bricks, and then wood target, wall target, then vehicles, automobile vehicles also. We see there are number of firing took place, gang wars are taken place during this firing process. They are involved in the firing, shooting. So there is a automobile vehicles also very important. So there is a lot of scope in this consummate firearm, improvised firearm on the different targets, automobile, glass target, automobile, wooden target, wall, and any other target. Then this study of high velocity impact on bullet with the high speed camera. So I want to say here also the gunshot residue particle, how the gunshot residue particle is created after firing through the weapon. So this gunshot residue particle, study of the gunshot residue, population of the gunshot residue, how it comes, how it's formed, and how it's varied from weapon to weapon. Suppose in concealed firearm or improvised firearm, so how there is a number of openings are there during this concealed and improvised firearm. Now there is no study, nobody has studied on this aspect. How the gunshot residue particles are created during the firing process. So whether it is a left hand firing or whether a handgun firing or it is a shoulder gun firing. So in this aspect, so determination of the gunshot residue particle or population of the particle with the help of high speed camera is very important. Here also I want to say you the wound aspect, wound study, ballistic wound ballistics also study, we can study with the help of high speed camera. No work has been done in Australia. Some work has did in this aspect. And in our country, nobody is working on this aspect. So if we have a high speed camera, so we can easily study the BSR particle propellant, gunshot injury, how the gunshot injury taken place, what is the effect of the bullet entering while entering and ejecting from the target. So these are a lot of scope if we have a high speed camera and different types of the target material. So impact of the bullet on different target material with the help of this high speed camera is also very good research topic for the researcher. Then another topic also simulation studies of the gunshot injuries by soap. If we are not make the practical on the human being or animals, so we can make the simulation study with the help of the soap block or gelatin gel model. So this is the mathematical or computerized simulation studies we can make. This is a very good topic for the students who are computer savvy, and so they can make their PhD, their studies in this gunshot injury with the help of soap block, gelatin models, and others. And the person who is doing the mathematical interest, so he can also do the mathematical model of a different. Another, the person who is a statistical interest, so there is a how much the spreading of the pellets has taken place, how much distance from how much it is on the effect of the pellets on the target or on the wound. So this statistical and mathematical analysis of the shotgun pellets, nobody worked that is earlier in 17 and 18. There was a work done by the Dr. Mohan Johri. After that, nobody worked in this aspect also. So what are the shotgun pellets? How it come out from the barrel? How it starts to spread the after certain distance start to spread the pellets. So on this aspect, here also CCD camera with the help of CCD camera and the estimation of the shotgun pellets. So it's also very good topic for the researcher. I already told you the distribution of gunshot particle on the target and effects on the target. Then who is interested in biology side, blood side related. So research on bioballistic effect of bullet on blood. after the bullet enter inside the body, the human being or the animal being, how effect of the blood, what is the blood effect on the bullet or bullet's effect on the blood. So we can study this. The bioballistics research in the bioballistics also very important topic for the students. And then meteorological study of the projectile at synapse and its effect. There are a lot of now in our country, nobody is working on this aspect, meteorological study of projectile. Somebody has fired the gun and he fired the empty cartridge cases on the synapse or bullets. We can get the synapse. How much time it has been there? What are the meteorological effects? Suppose there is a suppose there is a rain, or suppose there is a winter session, or there is a rainy season. What are the effects of this environmental condition on the projectile? So that we can study meteorologically. So on the in Western countries, the people are doing in this aspect also. So meteorological study for the students on forensic ballistics also very important topic. Another topic, there are different issues in ballistics. If we do the research, I can say you from the one stone also you can make your PhD also. So from the stone, how the stones are coming, stone act as a projectile. So from the stone also we can make what is the ballistic coefficient, what is the different type of the stones, how is the bullet से fire करते हैं, so different type of the stones, different shape and size of the stones, we can make the study on this aspect. So here, for the R&D purpose, ammunition side, there is a rimmed and rimless fire. There is a center fire system. Earlier there is a rim, and now the rim fire system is only .22 rifle is present, and all other firing system there is a center fire system. So what are the disadvantages and disadvantages of the center fire system over the rim fire system? So the person who want to research in this aspect also, they can do this research in rim fire system or the center fire system. Another topic in the research and development in the field of forensic ballistics. There is a all regular standard firearms are rifling present inside the gun. Rifling means there is a lance and groove inside the barrel of the gun. To get the maximum velocity, to achieve the maximum effectiveness, or to get the maximum killing rate. So there is a lance and groove. There is some grooves are there. Riflings are done inside the barrel of the gun. In standard weapon, so standard rifling versus the polygonal rifling impression, there is also, you see, now you can make the one big project on this aspect also. I'm telling the all dear students, they can make this project on this polygonal. Suppose in our standard firearm, we can make some bar coding, or we can some bar coding while firing to the glass, or in the factory itself. We can make the fingerprint type of the bar, and during the manufacturing process, after it gives to the licensed weapon to the person handling it. So somebody has fired the gun license with the help of this licensed gun. We can similarly after firing through this, that particular impression or barcode can be present, can be embedded on the bullet coming from the barrel of the gun. So on the basis of the bullet fired through that particular gun only, we can identify the particular gun has been involved, or particular gun has been licensed gun has been involved in a particular crime. And then polygonal rifle, earlier there is a Shivaj, there is a button rifling where used to make the rifling. Now this polygonal rifling is the ideal rifling for the most of the standard weapons. So there is a lot of scope in this aspect who want to do research in this field, in barrels of the gun, or in rifling inside the barrel of the gun. So there is a good scope in this aspect also, and there is a different. You see, after firing through the glass, after firing through the gun, there is a on the empty cartridge cases you will get the firing pin mark, breech mark, chamber mark, extractor, ejector, loaded, ejector, extractor, annual marks are also there. So This aspects also you can verify particular, you can make the protocol of this firing pin mark, which says chamber, extractor, rejector, appear marks which is manufacturing from the factory itself. So on that basis, you can make the protocol and make the database of this on this aspect of a particular firearm. And there is a lot of scope in this aspect. Another, there is a shooter reconstruction. There is a number of, now we are regularly attending the crime scene where the shooting incident taken place. But the shooting reconstruction, there is a trajectory analysis people are not doing. In remote cases, forensic scientists are making the trajectory analysis. So in this trajectory analysis, we can find the position, exact position of the shooter, whether the firing took place by the third floor, second floor, first floor, or it is a fire from the ground floor to third or fourth floor of the building. So on this aspect, the shooting reconstruction, there is a lot of scope in this for the student to make the research in this trajectory analysis. Another, I already told you, ricochet pattern means the bullet hit to the hard target and changes direction. So changing its direction, what are the angle, what is the direction, how it's effective to the human being. So on this aspect, ricochet is a very important topic for the student, and particularly ricochet pattern. There is a mathematical models also developed by the our earlier Dr. Mohan Jori. He has a ricochet mathematical models are also there on ricochet phenomena. So there is a lot of scope in ricochet phenomena for the students who want to do research. There is nothing instrumental techniques are required here. So on the basis of the firing only on hard surface only, you can determine by merely seeing the bullet scratch mark on the hard surface. You can identify which angle the bullet has been hit to the target. So on this aspect, shooting reconstruction, trajectory analysis, and ricochet phenomena, there is a lot of scope in this aspect. Another aspect for the R&D in forensic ballistics is tool mark. What type of there are different types of the firearm, just like a concealed pistol, improvised pistol, the standard firearm pistol, revolver, AK-47, SLR, 303, whatever may be there, SLR. So here effect, what are the bullets effect on the different tool, effect on the wood marks, bunter marks, bone and cartilage. What are the tool marks are to be deposited on the target material. So the study of this aspect of the different types of weapons, different types of the weapons and ammunition also very critical in this aspect. Then comparative study of the entry impact of projectile and ballistic gel using different firearms at the same caliber. I already told you the impact of the projectile through the soap and the gelatin gel is also very. What is the entry side? How much the entry side is taken place? How the exit is? What are the temporary cavity takes place while entering inside the target? What are the permanent cavity while it is exit to the target? So these are the different aspects. The person who wants to study in this aspect, there is a very good scope in this also. Then there is a different role of chemical test and scene investigation to determine the range of firing. So on the target, on the scene of crime, we will not get any firearm or the bullet, but we surely get the bullet hole. So on the bullet hole, there is a different chemical test are there, and we can determine on the range of the on the particular gunshot injury or gunshot hole. We can identify whether it is taken place by the bullet or any other. Or with the help of the chemical test, we can know whether it is which type of the bullet has been fired, whether the jacketed bullet has fired, make the hole, or non-jacketed bullet, or whether it is a pellets or shots or the other type of the projectile has been used. So in this aspect also, the person who is interested in chemical sciences, so for that student, the chemical test and scene of crime investigation from the hole during the firing is also important. Then there is a ballistic anatomical modeling. There is a different scope, lot of scope to which the biological interest. So they can make the analytical modeling, 3D modeling, image processing in this aspect also. So body models are forensic ballistic reconstruction of gunshot injury on the chest by the bullet fragmentation after shooting. So there are a lot of scope in the gunshot injury. 3D effect or 3D examination of the gunshot injury. So with the help of this person who is a computer literate, computer savvy, he can make the research in this aspect also. Then, now I told you the practical thing here, but mathematical models of gunshot residue or bullet residue deposited on the target material. I already told you that after coming the bullet, after firing through the gun, behind the bullet some amount of eject also traveling behind the bullet. So this what I feel that ejecta analysis also deposited around the gunshot. Bullet goes inside the make the hole, but the ejecta remains surrounding the hole. So that mathematical model of the gunshot residue particle or bullet residue particle which is deposited on the target material is very, very important. So that effect of the bullet on the target material, you can make the mathematical model by studying their chemical effect, by their studying instrumental effect. So there are a lot of scopes in this aspect also. Now I am telling you effect of the gunshot residue particle behind the rotating bullet during long distance fire. You know that the burning, flattening, tackling is a short or close distance firing. We can identify how much distance it has been fired. But what I am telling the bullet, when bullet come out from the barrel with a high speed, some amount of the bullet residue is also traveling behind the bullet after the close range phenomena. So what I feel that this bullet residue after coming from the barrel also traveling the base of the bullet, and it's also deposited after the long distance also, 1 kilometer also. I am telling this one. So the mathematical models are this effect of this bullet residue particle after the long distance also. You can make the mathematical models, you can make the simulation study, you can make the chemical analysis of this aspect. So this one is very work has been done in this aspect also. There is some mathematical calculations or mathematical formulas are there. So with the help of this mathematical formula or mathematical model, you can identify the gunshot residue or bullet residue from the long distance other than the close distance. Long distance also we can identify there, because there is a high bullet is coming from the barrel. So some amount of the residue are also traveling behind the base of the bullet, and they after hitting to the 1 kilometer, after the 1 kilometer target, they are deposited also. So this aspect we can do the research in this aspect with the help of the practically as well as mathematically also. So there is a good scope in this aspect also. The estimation of gunshot residue particle deposition of target material even fired from a long distance. I already told you the distribution of the gunshot residue particle or the bullet residue particle deposition after the long distance also can be possible. This gunshot residue, bullet residue deposition of the particle after with the long distance also can be possible. So in this aspect, students should think over it and they can do the research in this aspect. Though practically you do, we can study the practically as well as the mathematically also. So in this aspect, even after the close range firing also, we can identify gunshot residue or bullet residue from the target hole. Then distribution of gunshot residue particle or bullet residue particle through the country-made pistol. Now, nobody's work did in country-made improvised pistol, improvised rifle, spray gun, jeep gun. So in this aspect, distribution of gunshot residue particle, bullet residue particle by the country-made pistol, improvised pistol, nobody has worked did in the by particle. So on the target material, there is a lot of work you will find in the literature for the regular firearm, just like regular pistol, regular revolver, regular rifle. But you will not see the more work on the country-made pistols and improvised pistols, because in our country, 95% crimes taken place by this country-made pistol. So in this aspect, students should think over it, and they can do the research in this aspect also. There is study of distribution of pattern gunshot residue particles with high. I already told you this one. Determination of headspace. Now there is a different country-made pistols, improvised pistols are there. So the gap between the breech space and the cylinder, vary from weapon to weapon. The distance between the cylinder and the breech space is vary from weapon to weapon. So what is the head space? On the depend upon the head space, the gunshot residue particle is coming from the is distributing around the shooter's hand. So determination of head space is also important. So the person who is interested in this skill also, so head space identification also we can do with a different types of the firearm, particularly country-made and improvised pistol. There is a lot of scope in this aspect. So you can make 100 country-made pistols head space. So you can make the protocol of that one also. So we can determine how much the head space. Suppose there is a 0.20 head space of the revolver is there. So you can make 100 revolvers and measure the head space, fire through it, and what is the effect of the firing after the 100 shot? What is the effect of the head space? Effect on the 1000 firing. So all this study you can do this head space study, head space identification. So on the head space also we can identify this type of the firearm. We can make the protocol on this aspect also. Then research in time lapse is firing. Here gun can be fired with how much time it has been fired, how much time the firearm has been fired. So in this aspect, for the regular as well as most of the regular, some study has been done by our Indian scientists, but no work has been done in this aspect, country-made and improvised pistols and rifles. Country-made rifles with improvised rifle. So how much time it has been in the barrel after firing? There is a barrel, there is a gunshot residues are deposited after the firing. So how much gunshot residues are deposited? So with the help of the analysis of the gunshot residue which is deposited inside the barrel, we can know the exact time lapse in fire. But though scientifically we cannot at present we cannot identify, we cannot determine the exact time lapse in fire. But still, the person who are interested in this field, we can, because there is a different parameters are responsible: the environmental condition, type of the storage condition, type of the firearm, type of the ammunition, jacketed, non-jacketed. There are a lot of parameters are responsible for this aspect. But still, there is much work done in this aspect in time lapse in firing. How much time it has been done? This is the vital question asked by the investigating officer or the law enforcement agency. While the particular weapon, whether the particular weapon is fired or not. Fired or not, if we are not getting empty cartridge bullet from the synapse line, but we got the firearm from the synapse line. So the question rises whether the particular firearm is fired and how much time it has the firing took place. So in this aspect, research in time lapse in firing is also very, very important. The students should be concentrate on this aspect also. So after firing through the 1 hour, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. So you can identify there are now in market there is different sensors are available. So with the help of these sensors, we can identify the exact time of firing. So it is very good research for the whether the particular firearm has been fired or not. Another, I'm talking about the shooter's height from the building, what first floor, second floor, third floor. So we can determine the shooter's position, shooter's height. So shooter's height from the building, from the truck, from the buses, cycle, we can exactly determine the shooter's height or victim's position. So in this aspect, the determination of shooter size also very, very important for the student. There is no much research, there no much instrumental is required here. So by the practical firing only, you can identify the shooter's height or shooter victim's position. Here is also another aspect I want to tell you. The distribution or spreading of gunshot residue particle or bullet residue particle from moving vehicle. Somebody is firing through the moving vehicle and he run away. So in that aspect, the students should think over it. So how much gunshot residue particles are deposited because there is a air resistance, because there is a air resistance, there is a climate condition, there is a rainy season. How much gunshot residue particles are deposited from the moving vehicle? Somebody has fired, moving the vehicle, and he is fired on the another biker. So in that aspect, the distribution of the gunshot residue particle or bullet residue particle is very, very important. So students should think over it also. So this bullet residue particle, gunshot residue particle is research in this aspect is very, very important. Nobody was did in this aspect. So there is a lot of scope for doing the PhDs in this aspect also. There is no much instrumental technique is required. So only your practical things are required. Then automatic identification of firearm tools, fire marks using the image processing and pattern recognition technique. Now there are a lot of ED system, integrated direction identification system, NABIs are coming. But our people, students should think about the individual characteristics mark, classical characteristics mark, they can identify with the programming and other, because our country is rich in software technology. So everything is in computer. So the students should think over it also. They can develop their own tools, because foreign tools are very, very costly. 7 to 10 crores rupees are saving us. So instead of the people should think over it, and they can make their own programming, and they make their own designing and development, develop the firearm tool mark identification or individual identification mark or statistical identification mark. They can make their own software, and they can make their own hardware tool also. So in this aspect, the person who is in software industry, they can make this large of scope in this aspect. Then forensic problems are identification of laser gun. Now, earlier our professor Mandal sir told us that now there is all things are on the buttons only, hand button. There is nothing evidence are getting from the scene of crime. But in this laser gun, the persons who want to do research in this aspect, there is a lot of scope in laser guns, fingerprint, chemical, physical sensor. Now the persons who are handling the gun, now the such weapons are coming in the market. So until and unless the fingerprint identification, nobody can fire. So from the other weapon, you cannot by forcefully take his firearm and fire on him. Until and unless his fingerprint are matching, firearm is not ready to fire. So in this aspect also, there are a number of sensors, chemical sensors, physical sensors are available. In our country, we can do, students can make their own designing tool in this aspect. Now the persons who is handling the gun, firearm, ammunition, so he is in danger. The persons are coming forcefully and take away his firearm, and he homicide, he murder him. So to avoid this thing, the students should also think over it to develop the such a sensor to the firearm, so that he can only able to operate the firearm himself only. If he is snatching, somebody is snatching from his hand, he cannot fire. So in this aspect, students should be think more in this, so they can make their fingerprint. Now the fingerprint identification is easily available. In our mobile phone, we are using fingerprint aspect. So that fingerprint identification can also be utilized to identify the on the guns also. So this is a very, very good topic for the student who can do this. The person who is handling the gun, he should also use his fingerprint and he can fire. No other person can use that particular weapon. So in this aspect, there is a very good scope in this forensic problem on identification of laser gun, fingerprint, chemical or physical sensors. Development and identification of stud guns net of the key. There is a lot of scope in this right controlling aspects also. In our country, still police personnel are using persons are using the rubber pellets or some water cannons or some poisonous gas also they are spreading. But for the forensic student, I want to tell you this that you can make a some right controlling net, and right for spreading of the paper, right controlling net so that they can persons cannot go beyond that one. Now from the long distance, police are firing on the right people, but you can make in such a right controlling net so that persons cannot come forward also. Next, initial two, three people, you stop it with the right controlling net, then others will be stopped automatically. So in this aspect, in women's safety protection, I want to tell you this one term, there is spray are there, paper spray are there, but some paper guns also should be there women's safety. So she can make her safety herself. Then development of different adhesive glue for right controlling using right control gun, stud gun. You see here also some you can make the adhesive glue, make a such adhesive glue and fire through the right controlling gun, so that first the right controlling people cannot enter the premises. So in this aspect, in our country, nobody is working on this aspect, but you can also make forensic students can also think for it, so they can make the such a adhesive glue so that persons cannot come forward. In this aspect also, for the adhesive you can develop a adhesive glue for the safety of the women also. Safety of the women. So women can spray the adhesive glue on the criminal or accused, so he cannot move or he cannot forward his forwarding toward the woman. So in this aspect, you can make the adhesive glue in such a way that you can control the other person. Then gunshot wound trajectory analysis in forensic animation. There are the forensic animation. You see how much firing took place, what was the direction, what was the forensic analysis of ballistic projectile animation is very, very important for presenting in the court of law, for presenting in the tribunal, presenting in the everywhere. So this gunshot wound trajectory analysis animation is very, very important for the forensic ballistic purpose. So now there is a lot of scope in this aspect also. Shooters incidents reconstruction. I already told you shooters reconstruction also very, very good example for the research in forensic ballistics. Now nobody is working in this shooter reconstruction, how the projectile come, what is the direction, whether the laser is coming from this direction, what is the angle. All these aspects come the shooting reconstruction. Reconstruction. You see here, I told you the height of the victim's entry wound, trajectory angle. So from this we can easily do the work and different aspects, different building, different height of the vehicle, different height of the bicycle even, you can do the research in this aspect. I already told you ballistic projectile image analysis for the firearm identification. I also told you this firearm ammunition identification by the satellite and drone imagery detection system. The firearm ammunition has been kept inside the earth. So there is a lot of scope for the drone forensic and the satellite imaging. So we can find out, forensic people can find out where the lot of that of the firearm and ammunition are buried in the particular area. So in that aspect, you can develop such a drone system also. You can make the satellite images to identify that buried firearms and ammunition buried forms are. Then adding through the brittle target metals. There is another good topic of this. Now everywhere the houses, offices are made by the glass door, windows, acrylic, bakelite sheet. So there is a rampant firing through the glass target. So in this aspect, which is the entry side, which is the exit side, how much direction, how much radical cracks are there, what are the concentric cracks are there. So with the help of this concentric crack, we can identify type of the weapon. With the help of the mist zone, mirror zone, we can identify the type of the bullet, type of the weapon also. So on this aspect, there is a lot of scope doing the research in this case. Thank you, madam. Anyone can ask the question.
Hello.
Yes.
Participants, if you have any question, you can put it in a question answer section. Okay. I think no questions, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I wish to thank you, Kavita madam, Gautam sir, Banswar madam, and Kamle sir, and Mahendra Pratap Singh Pawar sir, and I'm almost thankful to your honorable Vice Chancellor. He gives me the every time opportunity to present my work, whatever maybe I am telling you, and I must most thankful to your students. They are listening my lecture. I am thankful to everybody who is listening my lecture. Thank you, all of you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, and the more place you will go. With this quote, I would like to invite Mr. Anurag Srivastav to introduce our speaker of the session, Dr. S.O. Junare. Anurag sir, over to you.
Thank you. It is my privilege to introduce our guest, Dr. S.O. Junare, on this occasion. He has done BCom, MCom, and MPhil in philosophy, FDPM in management from Ahmedabad, MBA, LLB, PhD in commerce and business administration. Dr. Junare started his career as a lecturer in a college of Maharashtra in 1991. In this journey of success, he became professor and director of National Institute of Cooperative Management, Gujarat Technical University. Then he became registrar at Raksha Shakti University. In December 2016, he joined Gujarat Forensic Science University as a campus director. He is a senior professor with a skill in research, education, and of course, leadership. We thank you, sir, for being with us to grace this occasion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Audible, sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
I'm audible.
So thanks a lot, sir. And now I would like to request you, sir, to please address the gathering and enrich us. Thank you.
Okay. Respected all the dignitaries, Sri Mahendra Pratap Singh ji, Dr. Gautam sir, Srivastava ji, Professor Sharma madam, and all professors, Bansode madam and Nandini madam. Myself, Dr. S.O. Junare from National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. First of all, I thank the management and Professor Sharma madam, actually, who has given me this opportunity to be with you and share my some experiences about the topic which is allotted to me. Actually, I was listening the various speakers and learned resource persons. So after listening to this, my topic becomes very small, because if you see the broad spectrum of forensic, So the forensic accounting is a small part of forensic science. So, but it is very important because forensic accounting is, I think, actually if you see this, all the crimes actually they are having root for actually financial gain. So 99% crimes are committed to gain directly or indirectly financial gain. So other 1% are for some other purposes. So crimes related to finance or economic crime or financial fraud is very important actually branch of forensic science. So when actually this forensic science as a subject was introduced in some curriculum or some academic courses, the people were thinking that this is actually a very small subject and there is no need to have a such special course or some special subject on this. But when actually the government of India and all the agencies have started to thinking that there should be separate department of forensic accounting, now the Reserve Bank of India has already decided that there will be one forensic accounting in one branch of all commercial banks. So you can know the importance of forensic accounting. Secondly, again the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, ICAI, they have also introduced one special accounting standard for forensic accounting. So this actually is very important area. Third, ICAI also started some specialized training program for chartered accountant. So here today actually I will discuss about the importance of forensic accounting for general public, for teachers and for students. How this forensic accounting as a subject is useful and what is the need of learning this subject. Our actually this university, National Forensic Sciences University, has a 2-year full-time course on MBA in forensic accounting. This is actually only university in India which is conducting this course. Why I'm telling this? Because if you know that now we have started to provide the practical training through various fraud identification or economic crime investigation softwares like ACL, IDEA, and NCASH and all others. So when they are completing this special course and they are having this knowledge about the subject, they are being chosen by multinational companies. And now, because we do not have students to provide to the other organizations. Now I will discuss about what is the forensic accounting and why it is important. See, it is, if somebody knows that like it is auditing only. But auditing and forensic accounting is different. So this includes forensic part. When forensic is involved, it means actually there should be some legal implications and these evidences, legal evidences should be accepted by the court of law. The forensic accounting concept is not only for fraud identification or fraud investigation, but for prevention also. So we are talking about preventive forensics also. So this forensic accounting involves different stages. So for actually a very simple presentation, I will start my presentation through some PowerPoint slides so that I can conclude my presentation in given time. So I will share the presentations, and if that is visible, please let me know. So it is visible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, generally, we know that there are actually all organizations, they are having some mechanism to actually control the frauds or to prevent the frauds. If fraud should not be there, so they are actually having some controlling measures, internal control measures. And if something happens, also how to investigate, how to find it. But this control mechanism or check and balance, actually, they are not giving guarantee that fraud will not occur. They will not give guarantee that actually, again, these errors, particularly sometimes, the frauds are not there, but sometimes mistakes or errors are happens. But these controls, they are not giving such guarantee that these errors will not happen. Then frauds, this internal control system will not give guarantee that frauds will not be actually happen or it will be detected again. Because though controlling system is there, but fraud detection is little bit difficult. So for detection of fraud, for detection of errors, then detection of some collusions or some cartels in the organizations, that is not possible through internal control measures. So therefore, actually, this internal control, it's not actually adequate measures to prevent the fraud. So actually, when the frauds is actually one very important activity is actually we can say of forensic accounting branch. So if any organization is there and when the people are working there, the opportunities or fraud possibilities is almost exist in each and every organization. So when you maintain the accounting procedure or auditing procedure will not give guarantee to prevent or investigate the frauds. So auditing system will see the check and balance whether this organization is following the rules or not. For example, now for purchasing, each organization has to invite three quotations. So we invite three quotations. But practically what happened? So the organizations or individual persons ask three quotations from one party. So that party will arrange this three quotation from his friends or from relatives from other companies. Auditor will say, okay, oh, the system is followed. He has invited three quotations, and out of three quotations, who is lowest one? L1. So order has been given to them. So this system will not identify the frauds happens in the organization, because they will see only the rules and regulations are followed or not, process is followed or not. But forensic accounting will see beyond that. So they will see actually need of these goods, purchasing process of these goods, system is followed properly or not. So we'll discuss one by one. So it is more than or very, very far actually deeper than the forensic auditing system. So auditing is only the actually seeing the system is in place or not. So forensic accounting involves a lot of things. So we'll see that is actually having the knowledge about, see, the person should have knowledge about first accounting, then the person should have knowledge of accounting, auditing, economics, statistics, and investigative skill. Because in this actually, the person should be knowing that whether the fraud has occurred or whether there is any signal where the fraud may be happened. So red signals are there, so you can easily identify. But in auditing system, this red signal system is not there. Then in auditing, you are not investigating the frauds or investigating the activities of the organization. Only you are guiding, you are supporting this organization, and you are telling that, oh, this system is a little bit wrong, so you have to follow this system. So in auditing, most of the frauds are hidden crimes will not actually be found out. So here we will see that what are the required skills available for the forensic accountant. So therefore, this forensic accounting skill are very much important to acquire by any accountant, auditors, or investigators in any department. So I will discuss only very important things. So what are the actually uses for this forensic accounting? It is auditing is not used for legal purpose. Auditors generally, if you see the audit report, what they are doing, as far as my knowledge is concerned, and by actually from my truth and belief, I see that this system has been followed. If there is any discrepancy, the chartered accountant firm or chartered accountant is not responsible. You will see in each and every report, which they do not take the responsibility of actually investigation of frauds. They are saying that we are observing the system and procedure only. So here in auditing, forensic auditing or forensic accounting, the system is that the person has to provide legal support in case of some fraudulent activities happen. Sometimes in organization, somebody may transfer their properties to someone by making forged signature. It is not the purview of chartered accountant. This is the actual purview of forensic accountant. Sometimes the document, one page has been removed and another page has been inserted in documentation. For example, bank fraud. So the person has taken loan of particular amount. That person can replace that page and say that actually this amount or any terms and condition can be hidden. So these are the legal issues which are not covered in auditing, wherein forensic accounting it is covered. So again, in forensic accounting, in accounting or auditing, you can see the participants or trainees or interns, they used to come in the organization and they see this. Chartered accountant are very busy person, they may not come. So, but they will not see the hidden agenda or sometimes this hidden activities. It requires intelligence gathering. So whether that particular, you can see, suppose if you go to the bank, you can ask, tell me the top 100 accounts. Then you can immediately, you can find out which type of actually accounts are there, if there is any possibility of frauds or not. So these are the areas where actually forensic accounting involved. So in forensic accounting, they can actually identify records and settling, sorting, reporting of various financial data. So here actually, as I told, the person should have knowledge about economics and statistics as well as data analytics. So if that person is having that knowledge, easily you can find out the frauds in accounting or records also. Okay. Now I will go to actually very important topic. Actually, generally, which are the different types of frauds and what are the frauds happen in different organizations. So you can see these frauds. Sometimes the people commit fraud for the company because the company is fraudulent itself. They see sometimes they fraud some bonds, sometimes give some duplicate certificates, some actually deposit scheme, they give duplicate checks. So the frauds actually occurred by the company, it is in their hidden policy. So frauds for the company committed by the management people or their employees. Again, none of these frauds against the company. For example, employees committing the fraud in the bank, insurance company, or any other organization. So that's called actually fraud against the company or against the organization. Fraud against the society. There are some frauds actually where actually there is no victim at all, like victimless fraud. Like suppose we see the bribe is given on the signal. So everybody is thinking, oh, this is not my money. That one person is paying because he has committed some crime. So because he has broken the signal. So actually that person is paying. So sometimes the government land is given at a very cheaper rate to some builders or some persons. So we see there, oh, this is not our area. This is actually fraud against the society. It is not against what particular person. Cutting of trees by paying bribes. Okay, killing of animal. There are a lot of frauds happening in the society, and they are against the society. But society or individual people are not bothered. Like a lot of things are happening in the society, like encroachment of government properties. So taking some properties, government properties, by some particular person or individuals. So these are the three major areas of frauds. Okay, and what are the tools? How the people can actually commit a frauds? Like in organization, hiding of dates is one of the area of fraud. For example, hiding of debt means actually one organization shows we do not have any debt. There is one very interesting example. One company came in the market and said that we are having 500 crore rupees property, so invest in our deposit scheme, you will get double amount within a year. And they show they are having 500 crore property, and that was correct. For example, they will say we are having this much of buildings, this much of factories, this much of vehicles, we are having some amount in bank, we are having some gold, everything. But they have not shown their debt. Out of 500 crores, 490 were actually taken loan from different persons or different banks. So if you are somebody is giving loan, so automatically that will be again part of their debt, and they may not be able to record. So this type of frauds are committed by the organization against financing agencies, or sometimes to take actually deposits or to float their shares in the market. So the organizational frauds are happening by hiding the debts. Sometimes hiding of assets. So this is again a different scenario. Some organizations, they do not want to reveal their assets. They want to show that my organization is very weak, so that nobody will concentrate, nobody will take control, nobody will interfere, and these people can do. These are low-profile organizations. They do not want to show their real asset and real things, and they do some wrong things under that. And people are thinking, oh, they are actually very weak organization. Nobody thinks. So hiding of assets are also one of these fraudulent activities. For example, one factory is there, sugar factory or dairy or any other organization. So intentionally, they say that actually they are in losses, like they are in losses. So automatically that company will be in insolvency, and that company will be sold to someone else. But that actually is a plan for that some people, some cartel, some group. So they will see that they will hide these assets, they will show that low profile, and sometimes after sometimes this will become weak and they will sell in the market. So there are a lot of this type of actually organized crimes are happening in the society. Hiding of losses again to show that organization is very good. So that is again one type of frauds. We have seen the Satyam case. We'll see one by one again. Hiding of income, similarly, unnecessary to become a low profile. Inflation of revenues There is again similar to that. Sometimes they want to show that they are having more income. For example, suppose organization want to show more profit, what they will do, they will sell their product in January to March, and they will tell that you can purchase our goods and return after 1 month. So their sale will be increased, but actually the income will not increase. So inflation, they can show that actually we have sold so much of goods, so revenue will be shown more, and so that their net worth will increase. And when their net worth will increase, they will become eligible for more loans from the bank, more financial support from the organization, or their share price will increase again. So similarly, different types of tactics people are using, like misrepresentation for financial statement. Similarly, actually either showing less income or less profit, or sometimes hiding income or assets. Booking of fixtures or bogus sales, like now we have seen this. Actually, though some organizations they do not have any sale or business, but they will show that they are having huge business. Under that, they can do any lot of duplicate or bogus activities. For example, when 5-star hotel is not working, but they will show that lot of actually booking is there, people are staying, they are earning good income. But actually, this is not the thing, but this hotel is being utilized for some illegal activities like narcotic drugs or storage or some gambling activity or some other illegal activity. So these bogus sales sometimes they show. Sometimes to take a benefit of actually GST return. Okay, so people are showing that bogus sale also. So a lot of companies actually across the countries have been actually found and they caught by the police and other investigating agencies. Okay, so these are the different types of crimes people are committing. I will tell how to identify this and what are the actually symptoms through which actually we can identify. So if any organization is having these 3 types or 3 things in existence, then there is actually possibilities or opportunities of frauds available for the fraudulent person. Generally, fraudulent persons actually, this fraudster actually, they used to see that where they get opportunity to commit the fraud. So the motive is there to commit to earn the money. So until and unless the person is having motive, the fraud will not be there. The honest person, sincere person, they do not have that motive to commit a fraud in any organization. Second thing, this is opportunity is very important. So this organization gives opportunity. There are different types of opportunity because there is the internal control system is very weak. So people think that nobody will identify. Second thing, they see that other persons are doing. So why not? Actually, we should also do this. So then these people actually, when everybody is doing this, so they are also getting opportunities. System of actually control or security is weak, then definitely people will take benefits. So if opportunities of committing fraud is available, then people will commit fraud. And third is rationalization. So that person can know that actually he can justify that actually, why I have committed, sir, my boss has committed fraud, so why I should not commit. This is one example. Then, sir, I wanted to take this money because of my some personal issues, my sons or daughters' education or any other purpose, and I will refund this amount after 1 year or 2 because all other are doing. So they are having this rationalization reason also. They are having some reason to justify. If these 3 things are existing in any organization, the people will do it, to commit the fraud. If anything is missing, motive is not there, so people will not commit fraud. If the opportunity is not available, if the organization is very strong, it is not possible to commit the fraud. And then rationalization, the people justification when the person can give, if he knows that I will not be caught. And second thing, if I caught, I can use this reason because he knows other persons are doing this. So this is a fraud tangle. So the existence of fraud tangle is actually very important. If this is the system, then this is one of the red signal where we can easily identify that this fraudulent activity may happen in this organization. I will not discuss this fraud and white collar crime. So there generally we see that white collar crime are more now in our organization. White collar crime means they are actually so-called reputed people. They are working in some very good organization, government officials, sometimes big leaders or some very people actually they are educated. So like this. So then we'll see the different fraud cases happens, and they all these cases are actually identified by using some forensic accounting tool. BR fodder scam, the Commonwealth scam, telecom spectrum scam, coal mine scam. These again, Vithalwag case, I want to discuss. This is Dhulia in Maharashtra. See, when I was talking about this characteristic of fraudulent person, that this person was actually working as an accountant in one organization, and he was taking a signature of his boss. He was working in the irrigation department, and daily, particularly the irrigation department, if dam construction is going on daily basis, the person has to issue crores of rupees check. So he was preparing the check and taking signature of his manager. So general manager. So when he was preparing this, he was taking signature and he was writing amount in figure only, 1 lakh rupees. So 1 plus 50. And then he was taking signature, and then one before that one he was writing 8. So 1 lakh, it was becoming 81 lakh. And in right word, he was writing 81 lakhs. So it was happening. And when he will go along with so many files or so many papers, when the general manager is in hurry, he want to go to home. So that time he was submitting this type of documents, and he was taking a signature and he was submitting. And meantime, because he was very trusted person, he was in the office full day. He was not taking any leave. Entire year, years together, he was not taking any leave. He has built one temple in this premises of the irrigation department. In the morning, he was making aartis and pujas, and he was actually very influential person because he was able to make transfer of one person to other, because he was having very good connection with big political persons also, because he was earning crores of rupees before 15 years. So writing of check also, writing amount in figure or word, that is also one of very important criteria. So there are again handwriting sometimes, using of duplicate ink. Okay, so a lot of areas are there, so people can commit a fraud. Harshad Mehta scam, we know that. There is stock market fraud, Madhopura Cooperative Bank. So these is actually again one very important. Entire amount of the bank, around out of 1500 crore deposit, 1100 crore rupees was taken by one person as a loan. So this is a fraud, but actually when the bank is supervised by Reserve Bank of India, and that was scheduled bank, it was sending report to Reserve Bank of India on daily basis. How it can happen? Because there is a rule of changing of exposure limit. So exposure limit is fixed, that more than 10% of your total share capital or the free reserve, no bank can give loan to individual party. So their share capital was 10 crores. So they cannot give more than 1 crore rupees to anyone. How their person has given 1100 crores. So if the person using data analytics, a Reserve Bank is getting proper data and they are analyzing, this would have been stopped. So now thousands of people actually lost their money in this scam. So a lot of others, Credit Society, West Bengal, you know that. That was a cartel of so many organizations. So there were around 20 to 25 organizations. All organizations were doing business to each other. Everybody was having their own fund. They were taking loan from banks, and they were saying, what was their business? Selling of washing powder. So washing powder selling cannot earn crores of rupees. Only marketing. So nobody is entering into their business area. Everybody was thinking, I am getting my returns. So that type of businesses they have done. Enron Power Limited, we know that in Mumbai, what happens. Satyam case. And now insurance frauds. People are committing a lot of insurance claim, insurance related frauds, particularly general insurance. Actually, the loss to the properties. So bogus claims are being submitted. Okay. So these are the areas of frauds, and generally there are again. So these are the areas of fraud. But there are frauds in governments, frauds in private parties, frauds in organizations. Okay, then frauds in accounting. So how to identify these frauds? So auditor will see the system and procedure, whereas forensic auditor will see each and everything. So he will find out which are the red signals, whether the red signals are existing in the organization. Red signals, there is a list of red signals I will not be able to discuss, but there are some areas of red signal. If someone is not taking leave for years together, then there is a red signal. If one person is actually working in particular area, he is having different lifestyle, then there is doubt. red signal means doubt of fraud. Third thing, actually, if the person who is actually having financial authority and the private parties are moving around him regularly, if the seller or the parties are directly contacting to the head of the organizations regularly, it means actually they are not supposed to visit to him regularly. If they are sitting with him, discussing with him, so it means there is a possibility of fraud. And if you see that there are different areas again. So suppose one person actually, that it's not 100% correct, but actually sometimes lifestyle also gives example how this person, and sometimes actually some abnormal behavior of that person. Okay, then actually some person is working in odd time. Okay, the lot of actually red signals are there. In accounting system is weak. Manager particularly, there is no system in place where actually controlling authority, sanctioning authority, disbursement authority, paying authority are different. If that is 1 or 2% only, they can do anything. So they can 1 or 2% can come together and commit a fraud. Particularly in banking organization, it is happening. If manager and one cashier, actually senior cashier, if they come together, both are having 2 keys of lockers. In lockers, there are crores of rupees and some golds and ornaments are kept by people. If they come together, they can do anything. But there is system available. So if system is proper, then it is very difficult to commit a frauds. Then there are now cyber fraud, computer frauds are happening. So these frauds can be detected, can be investigated through using some statistical tools, some actually even Excel tools, advanced Excel, pivot table. They are actually the tools through which we can identify the frauds in accounting. You can find out the frauds in maintenance of books of accounts. If manipulation or overwriting on the words, sometimes writing of accounts, keeping duplicate or some records, some duplicate registers. So a lot of things are available. If the chartered accountant having the knowledge of forensic accounting, he can easily find out the fraud and prevent the frauds. So online frauds are happening now. So they are called cyber frauds. So cyber frauds also, in particular in banking, your accounts can be hacked. You are actually easily. If I know your mobile number, I can search your PAN number. If I can search your PAN number, I can change your password. If I can change your password, I can see your income tax detail, your form number 26A and your income tax return. And then I can know your business, everything. Even if I see your password and everything generally, so I can take the control of mobile or computers, and then person can see each and everything, accounting or your records kept in computer. So I can manipulate, or that person can manipulate and commit the frauds. So now cyber frauds are new areas or new actually challenge for each and everyone. Even this type of trainings or this type of actually activities are regularly happening in particular areas. There are some villages in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, and even in some part of Maharashtra also, Delhi also. So where actually people are actually doing such type of organized crimes. They are actually getting training from their seniors and other things. So that is happening. So these financial frauds are committing through different tools like unauthorized access of your bank statements or your bank account or your passbook or your mobile. Generally, we are downloading a lot of tools, lot of apps. Okay, so a lot of apps, they do not have security. When you install that, you are agreeing all the terms and conditions. So immediately, actually, if the fraudulent person is there, there are some online tools available. If you see dark net or dark web, where you can find out each and everything, your password will be stored there. Nobody knows. Okay, so if the person is little bit intelligent, that person can take easily our password and everything, and even from your online banking credentials, that person can use these frauds. Industrial espionage here. No, I will tell one example here. Now in lockdown period in Gujarat, several pharmaceutical industries system has been hacked. So now these themes are cybercrime, but cybercrime, their motive is finance, to earn the money. They told you pay 5 crore rupees, 4 crore rupees, 2 crore rupees, depending on the company. They take ransomware. If you pay this amount, we'll give your data. Otherwise, we will not give your data. And now all the factories are running on computerized basis. Okay, automatic. So all actually they have changed the formula of the molecule also. Suppose the one you can say this paracetamol formula has been changed. Actually the medicines contained and everything has been changed. What will happen? So this type of frauds now, it is not only taking money, but it is indirectly taking control of your factory. Suppose they do this type of activities in critical infrastructure, what will happen? Suppose they close or electric installations, okay, your powerhouse, what will happen? So we think that nothing will happen, but actually there are a lot of activities. For example, in hospital, operations are going on. Sometimes submarines are working. Sometimes actually lot of industrial activities are going on. So they will stop their business. If suppose nuclear reactor are working, okay, if the electricity does not work for some time, so lot of disaster can happen. So illegal use of your encryption. So we know that actually when we are using some WhatsApp and other things, so somebody can take control and they can use this encryption for actually committing fraud. Cyber stalking for actually small girls and boys, actually they are actually in colleges and school level, they are actually committing such type of crimes by using. I will not discuss, this is not our topic, but frauds actually are committed through using some cyber tools. Okay, we know that this type of actually frauds, and now frauds can be committed by anyone generally. Okay, but actually white collar crimes, they are committed by actually some knowledgeable purpose, so-called educated people working in the organization, then again very prestigious people. So it is very difficult. You can identify general fraud, but white collar crime, it is very difficult. Okay, because they see when they commit a fraud, actually they see that there should not be any evidence. So to identify this type of fraud, again, we need to use some tools and techniques of forensic investigation. So these are the some red flags. I will discuss these and stop now. So see, generally in any organization, if there is no any policy manual that may be related to your recruitment. If the policy is not available, you can recruit anyone. No qualification, no process, no interview, no actually any proper system followed. So recruitment, you can organization can do it and appoint anyone. Sometimes this, if person is coming by giving some bribe, so you cannot expect that he will be honest or sincere to your organization. Okay, so if organization does not having policy, it means they are having some opportunities is given to commit the fraud. Okay, the employer who is appointing without policy, their fraud. Again, if there is no policy for purchase, then also purchase, fraud in purchase. If there is no policy, written policy for selling, then there is actually fraud in sale. Okay, then recovery, the debt management. Okay, if there is no policy of recovery, then there may be fraud of recovery. So the people can manipulate everything if there is no company policy. Okay, then generally you see that there is no organized bookkeeping system, accounting system is not proper. What we know, if you go to any government or any private organization, big organization generally, now computers are there. Otherwise, people were writing their books of account after 2 days, 3 days also. Now also, some people, they are not registering some income or expenditure. Today income has been acquired, but they will be shown after 1 month. Till that time, they can misuse this fund. So if there is no proper accounting system or bookkeeping system for issuing of fund, purchasing of items, and if you are not registering properly, warehousing department, suppose you have purchased laptop, it is not registered in the asset register, that person can use for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. And after 6 months, that person can. If there is no proper system, so person can replace good items and old one or unused items he can keep in the record. For example, in organization, like in my college, suppose there is an old laptop, I can keep my old laptop there and take new one. So this type of actually accounting system is not proper there. Missing documents, this is a red signal. If some documents are missing, it means there is some possibility. Sometimes unrecorded transactions, sometimes check has received but not recorded. Sometimes money is received, sometimes purchase or sale has done but it is not recorded. It means there is a possibility. There may be error, but if it is happening again and again, 100%, there must be some fraud. No bank reconciliation in most of the organization. We issue the check or we receive the check and that is in file for years together. No bank reconciliation. Sometimes what happens? I receive the check, I will tell, I keep that check in my register, but I will tell that person, oh, you have given 10,000 check, But no, I want only 9,000. So you do one thing, let it your check be here, but you may be 8,000, no problem. So I will manage. So check is there in your account. You are not depositing the bank, but by actually indirectly or underhand dealing, so you can take that 8,000 cash and take adjust this account. So this type of activities can be done if there is no bank reconciliation. So this is a small amount I told, but this that may go in crores. Handwritten checks now government has banned. So if check is written handwritten, so I told you, that Vithalva cash. So anybody can manipulate by overwriting this amount. Sometimes ink may be changed, sometimes amount may be changed. Extensive fund transfer. If there is actually fund transfer is extensive, sometimes what happens? I am educational institute, but I am sending money to the trader who is dealing with cloth or who is dealing with furniture, and that is actually huge amount. So what is the use? So usually that accountant, particularly or auditor, he will not see that. He will say, oh, something must be happened. But forensic accounting will see. He will investigate each and because he will see the amount. He will say, give me the top 100 accounts every month. So which money you are transferred. So similarly, he can ask for payment as well as receipt. Okay. Unusual transactions, sometimes inconsistent. So you are working in other organization and money is issued or money paid to some other, it is not actually logical. So then deficit hiring recruitment procedure, these are the most important. If you are having deficit recruitment policies, the organization cannot expect honesty. Definitely 100% that person will be coming here, so he will try to do something wrong. So again, employees lifestyle, I told you, this ledger balance and no physical inventory count available. Physical inventory in educational institute or any other institute, if the physical inventory is not count, stock taking is not done for years together, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So then you cannot expect that some things or some important items must be missing. So somebody must be misusing that. Okay, checks returned to cash. Sometimes no, you give me check, I will give you cash. That is happening. So it means this type of transactions are being done in actually several organizations. Large loan taking, large related. Okay, big loans are taken. So suppose one bank is giving big loans, then there must be some problem. How these large loans are given, whether documentation is properly followed or not. Okay, excessive revenues, but that is other revenues. Your business is something. Suppose we are educational institute. So if we are getting some other income that is more than our regular income, so it means there is something manipulation. So negative operating cash flow, that is one of the example. Then downward earning trend. If there is actually income is reducing day by day, there is actually red signal. There must be something wrong. Employees who do not take vacation. Okay, so we have to keep watch. It is not that 100% employees who do not take more. There may be people there who are very much honest. They are doing this, but there may some people. Generally, they do not want to change their table. They do not want to change the department. They do not want to take a leave. They do not want to give the key or something to someone else. These are these red signals. So these red signals can be identified by actually making some use of some statistical tools, some economic tools are available, or some actually intelligent tools which are actually very much useful for forensic accounting. So forensic accounting is nothing but actually to see that organization is following rules and regulations properly. They are following accounting rule. They are following system and procedure, and there is no possibility of fraud. And if there is a possibility of fraud, forensic accountant can easily identify the frauds, because in each and every organization, it is said that around 20% amount, 20% income can be increased if you introduce the internal control system, or you introduce the actually proper forensic accounting system. This concurrent audit can be given training so that he can see other than these actually legal or procedural part, system part. So if that person sees beyond this actually this procedural or systematic part, so then the person can prevent the fraud. So forensic accounting is not only for the investigation or finding the fraud, but it is useful for preventing the frauds also. So it is very innovative or important or new branch of accounting or auditing. So where actually people can gain the knowledge of prevention of frauds and investigation of frauds. So this is from everything from my side now, all about from my side. So if anybody is having questions, I will be happy to reply to their questions. Thank you very much. I will not discuss the little cases or something. Madam?
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information regarding forensic accounting. It will definitely help us in the
Hello.
future. Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes. Participants, if you have any question, you can put it in question answer section.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
If there is questions, I am sitting, so I will be happy to reply to their queries or questions. Thank you, Kavita madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For a very nice lecture.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think there is no question from participants.
Okay. So
Now I request co-chairperson of the session to conclude the session. Sir, Mahendra sir.
Thank you, madam. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much that you have given me the opportunity to conclude this session. I'll start from the morning session. I'll not take much time, but I'll start from the morning session. Our Vice Chancellor emphasized that forensic science should be proactive. Most of the cases now that is happening are reactive. After the incidents happen, then the forensic science comes into the picture. So one thing that we can take from his session is that as the technology is advancing, more and more data would be available with the forensic scientist also. So if possible, then in future probably we will have proactive forensic scientists. And then the session of Dr. Jain, he said that 80% of the crimes can be traced through mobile phones. So use of mobile phones for tracing crimes by forensics scientists would be very useful in future. And he also emphasized that now artificial intelligence, cloud computing, all those things are also playing a major role in the forensic science area. So maybe future forensic science would be more integrated with information technology, because as the information technology is advancing, more and more crimes are being done digitally. So forensic scientists should be prepared that whatever course curriculum they are following, that IT integration should be there so that they are able to handle crimes independently without taking help from any other department. Then we come to plenary sessions. The first session was taken by Srimati Deepa Verma on forensic document and examination. It was a very, very informative and exhaustive session. I think she used all her experience. She explained everything in detail, which was very easy to understand for a common person also. And she shared about 109 slides. So she took a lot of time, lot of pain in taking up that session. Then next session by Dr. N.P. Wagmare, Research and Evolution to Forensic Ballistic Evidence. I don't think like anybody could have explained so many number of topics for research areas. He actually covered more than 100 topics where one can do research. So this could be very, very useful to the student who in future would be pursuing research, and also for the faculties to look for new areas of research where they can make a contribution. Then final session by Junare sir, Forensic Accounting and Fraud Investigation. Financial fraud is the biggest fraud that is being carried out in the entire world. I was going through a PricewaterhouseCoopers report, in 2005, there was $8.5 billion dollars fraud in Australia. Although Australia is considered to be a country where frauds are not there, but in such a country also, there was $5.8 billion financial fraud. And definitely, like as said by sir, all financial fraud, for all fraud, there is a motive of finance only. And mostly this frauds are being done by people who are very, very educated and very, very intelligent. These are not done by people who are like common thief or something like that. That also he has covered in white collar frauds. Now, I have 2-3 questions for Junare Saab.
Yes, sir.
First is, I'll combine all these questions so that in one go you can answer.
Please, sir.
The first is, what is the difference between error and frauds?
Right.
Second is that all financial fraud, they come to light only when crores of rupees are gone.
Correct.
And third one is that, do we have any certified forensic accountant in India like we have in USA? See, USA, there are degrees like certified in financial forensic, certified in fraud examiner. Do we have such certification in India, like who are authorized to carry out this forensic accounting and fraud investigation?
Okay, sir. See, sir. Generally, in any organization or any individual persons, if anybody is doing some work, so committing of some errors is obvious thing. Okay, if you are doing something, the errors may be happen, and generally that may be actually a lack of knowledge. Sometimes you are doing some work in hurry. Sometimes actually, if you are not following the procedure because of lack of knowledge, or you are not having manpower support or something, so hurriedly we are doing this. So error is not a actually big thing, and error, but sometimes error is also committing huge loss to the organization. Okay, so it should not happen, but sometimes, but loss due to errors is hardly 2%, but loss due to frauds is 98%. So in our organization, so errors actually, that is nothing, but it's not intentional activity, whereas fraud is intentional activity. Okay, so your motive or your intention is good, but actually because of some reason, some technical reason or personal reason or lack of knowledge, it may happen. So this, if this happening, so audit can certify it. Audit can actually identify it. They can rectify it if some errors happens. But actually, we know that when actually generally we found out that actually the people or criminals are caught after crores rupees have gone. So it is because actually there are some things. The fraudulent people, they are professional. Okay, whereas actually these auditors or investigators, they are not professional. Like now, some criminals are very smart criminals in cyber security now. So it is very difficult to catch them, or police are not that much of actually knowledgeable. So they can do this. Similarly, I told that this type of frauds are white collar crimes. So actually, it is very difficult to find out. Suppose the land available in a particular city is given to one builder at lower rate. How will identify? It is very difficult. Also, that is actually just committed by some person with some planning. So one thing. Second thing, you organization are not having that check and balance or internal proper control system. If proper internal control system is available, fraud should not happen. Generally, if one person is having opportunity to do this, suppose I am actually sanctioning authority, I am disbursement authority, I am paying authority. So actually, that easily it can happen. And again, over and above, if the audit is done by some private party or some person who is actually fraudulent person again, so that person will not identify. He will take some bribe and certify your account. Accounting is good. Okay. So that person is intelligent until unless there is a strong controlled, actually internal control system. Everything should be on paper. That actually policy documents, and that should be followed. If that is there, then frauds will be minimized. I'm not telling nobody can prevent a fraud. Fraud will happen because people are intelligent, they will do it, but at least we can minimize it. We can reduce it to up to certain extent. So 90%, more than 90%, we can reduce it. So these are actually because of not having the system. Generally, what happened in if you see any organization, they are having sustainability, proper recruitment. Suppose the person is not having knowledge, but that person is sitting on accounting table or something. The person is having MSc statistics, he is sitting on inward outward. Okay. So he is giving actually this work. That person is not fit for that job. That person is doing this job. So that person will think sometime what happened. Now I will do one very important case. That is in State Bank of India case. One person, MSc statistics person, he was appointed as officer in the bank. So, but actually when he joined there, one officer was working in his position. So he was not ready to leave this job. So he was deputed on the table on given job of inward outward. So he was requesting, sir, give me any other job. So manager was telling, no, you are new person, now you have to do the job. He was intelligent boy. So what he has done through inward outward, he has collected some demand drafts and checks coming from different states, and he has actually made a fraud of 7 crore rupees. He has opened duplicate account, fake account in different banks. He deposited this check in this bank, and after 6 months, he himself intimated to his zonal manager when he came there for visit. He told, sir, there is a loopholes in our system. So during the 6 months, I could manage 7 crore rupees. So nobody is knowing still. So if the proper person is not, I will actually appointed on proper seat or proper job. So that person may convert himself into such because he is getting that opportunity, and sometimes he is having that reason. I'm fit. I'm not fit for the job. So my capacity is something. So you will find the frauds are, like you rightly told, frauds are committed by the intelligent people only. So general people, they cannot do fraud. If they commit a fraud, immediately they will be caught. And actually big frauds, they are committing with actually organized system. They are having a criminal group. So if there is, until unless there is a cartel or 4 or 5 people come together, it is very difficult to catch hold. So this is the system. And third thing is what you told you, sir. Now, after Reserve Bank of India announced that they will need forensic accounting in each and every branch, our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, they have started one program. They are certifying the chartered accountant as forensic chartered accountant. For that purpose, actually, they have signed MOU with our university, and they have started one training program. So 50% their accounting part, they will study in their organization, and 1 month they will come to our university. We will teach them forensic accounting, and particularly the software and another forensic accounting part, practical hands-on practice will give. And then ICAI will give them a certificate as a certified forensic accounting. So this system is already started. So now chartered accountant organization, they are doing this. So far actually it is not available, but already it has planned, and within a month or within 2-3 months, I'm not telling you, within 2-3 months, the system will start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll also share my experience. Like I have done insurance survey for 3 years.
Okay.
Like you rightly said, how the frauds are created. There was a chemical company in Vapi, which raised a claim of 9 crore rupees. Means they had lost chemicals in a flood. There was heavy rains in Vapi, and they lost all their production in the flood, and they raised a claim of 9 crore rupees.
Right.
When we investigated that case, the physical infrastructure of that company did not have enough space to store material of 9 crore rupees.
Correct, correct.
So ultimately, like he was not able to give supporting documents, nor he was able to prove physically.
Correct.
So we just made his claim as no claims, and we did not pay any amount.
Okay.
Then there was another company in Baroda. Again, their machines, lathe machines were flooded in a flood. And then when they raised the claim, they give the supporting bill that this was the repairing that they had done. And by looking at the bill, we did not find that these are authentic bills.
Correct, sir.
So whatever address was given on that bill, we approached that company. Okay, have you done the repairing of this machines? So initially that company person said, okay, we have done that. So we asked him to give the tax proof.
Correct.
Whether you have paid the tax for the money that you have received. That he could not submit. And then finally he accepted that, okay, sir, this is a fake bill. That person is known to me. So I have given the bill, but we have not carried out any repairing.
Correct.
So again, we made that claim as a no claim.
Correct.
So like I fully agree that forensic will be very, very useful science in the coming future.
I'll share, sir, one example. Now,
Okay.
actually, this is related to Madhya Pradesh also.
Okay.
In Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, you will find that generally in summer season, there is a fire in all cotton ginning pressing mill particularly. You know, they purchase cotton from the public federation actually. But if you see their records, if there is CCTV available, you can see how many trucks have gone there, how many trucks actually they have passed on their cotton from that place. Okay, so they are not actually so particularly natural fires or something, but they are manipulated. There are some companies in Ahmedabad, they actually, if you see Google, so there are company every year they are having fire in their company and crores of rupees claim they are taking.
Correct.
There is a cartel that is happening. And in import business, sir, there is import business, the people import some chemical from somewhere else, but their tank is fueled by water, not by some chemical. And they sink in the mid-sea and they claim crores of rupees and sometimes dollars. So this type of companies are coming and taking help. Insurance companies, they are coming to our university and they are asking actually particularly what sometimes documentation verification, sometimes the on the spot verification. So this type of frauds actually happening. So you are correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, forensic science basically uses all the basic sciences. So maybe now this will be, in future, this will be a mother science. And the way the crimes are carried out digitally, probably if IT is integrated with forensic science, probably this area is going to play a very, very major role. As VC sir said, there will be new possibilities which we are not able to imagine now. See, such an important science that can solve all the crimes and that can bring good things to this world. So with these remarks, I end my speech.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have one question.
Please.
Sir, what is the role of qualified audit report in such type of fraud?
Hello.
Hello.
You are not audible. Please, can you
Sir,
repeat, please?
Sir, my question is, what is the role of qualified audit report in such type of fraud cases?
See, correct. See, there are two things. So, audit report, if that is for actually as per these actually accounting norm, accounting standards, so that audit norms is not usable in court of law, because if you see the certificate from that, no, I told you. Certificate they are telling as far as our knowledge is concerned, so the company or organization has followed all and rules regulations. So if there is something which has been covered in this, so these chartered accountant firms they are not responsible, because they do not want to give any legal evidence or something. Sometimes they do not want to become a part of legal evidence. So whereas forensic accounting, actually this is the duty of forensic accountant, to give the legal evidence to the court. Okay, so there is a major difference. Certified audit, actually audit, they both are certified audit. So this is purpose is different. That purpose is to improve the system. This purpose is actually to prevent the fraud or identify the fraud.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Kavita Sharma, convener Samvachyya-2021 for vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. So distinguished speakers of plenary session, Dr. Deepa Verma, Director Forensic Science Laboratory, Delhi, Dr. S. Junare, Campus Director, National Forensic Science University, Gujarat, Dr. NP Wagmare, Director Forensic Science Laboratory, Varna, Goa. Chairperson of the session, Dr. T.K. Mandal. Co-chair of the session, Shri Mahendra Pratap Singh Pawar sir, Director CRP, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. M.P. Gautam, Professor SVIFS, various constituent institutes, director, faculty members, staff, and dear participants. On behalf of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, I express my deepest regards to each one of you. First and foremost, with great pleasure and reverence, I express my deep sense of gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. S.K. Jain, Director cum Chief Forensic Scientist, DFSS, MHA, Government of India, for accepting our invitation and gracing this event with his presence. I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers, Dr. Deepa Verma, Dr. Wagmare, Dr. S.O. Janare, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, for sparing time out of their busy schedule and honoring us by their valuable words. I would also like to thank technical team, Dr. Anand Rajawat especially, for giving full support in the event right from starting. No program can be successful without able guidance and timely support of superiors. On this occasion, I thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dhar sir, for his wholehearted support, which made this event possible. I would also like to thank all the participants from various firms, industries, laboratories, institute, academia, and universities, including lovely Professional University, Punjab, Amity University, Noida, UP, Dr. Hari Singh God, University Sagar, MP, Guru Ghasidas University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh, Anna Fatima College of Arts and Science, Madurai, Parul University, Gujarat, Garden City University, Bangalore, Kalinga Karan University, Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, Tirthankar Mahavir University, UP, Chandigarh University, Azerbaijan Medical University, Azerbaijan, More College, Manipur, National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Medicaps University, Indore, Sage University, Indore, then Research and Education Academy, Telangana, Karunya Institute of Technology and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, SSJ Campus, Almora, Uttarakhand, Kumaon University, Nainital, BLP Government PG College, Mahu, Government Institute of Forensic Science, Aurangabad, Maharashtra, Ghana Police Service, Sagar Institute of Research and Technology, Bhopal, Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara, Maharashtra, then Jaipur, Rajasthan, Yenepoya Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Mangaluru, Government Holkar Science College, Indore, for sparing their valuable time and gracing our event with their virtual presence. I'm sure they all are benefited after listening our eminent speakers. Last but not the least, I must confess that the completion of this work would have been impossible without support of my team, and I would like to thank all the members of Shri Vaishnav Institute of Forensic Science, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, for their enthusiastic approach. And above all, I thank Almighty God for showering His blessing upon us. At the end, I thank all the participants and request them to participate and send their research papers in our forthcoming National Forensic Science Congress, which will be held on 26 and 27 November. Thank you very much for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And also thanks to all the respected dignitaries for joining with us. Thank you.
हाँ जुनारे साहब,
सर
क्या हाल है?
अच्छे हैं सर, आप कैसे?
हाँ, व्यास साहब कैसे?
अच्छे हैं सर।
चलिए, थोड़ा आप लेट हो गए थे, हम लोग परेशान हो गए, क्या बात हो गई?
सर नहीं, एक्चुअली दूसरा लेक्चर चल रहा था सर।
हाँ, हम लोग बड़ा इंतजार कर रहे थे सब।
नहीं, ऑनलाइन ही दूसरा लेक्चर चल रहा था।
हाँ हाँ,
Thank you, sir, for joining us.
नहीं पर अच्छा हुआ, बागमारे आ गए, आप आ गए तो बहुत अच्छा
नहीं, आएंगे सर।
चलिए, व्यास साहब ठीक?
हाँ
व्यास साहब,
हाँ,
चलिए बढ़िया।
नाइस सर, अच्छे है।
हाँ
हाँ,
चलिए, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सर।
बागमारे आल्सो।
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I request to all of you, please stand for national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय
हो गया कविता पूरा?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
चलिए,
Thank you. Thank you.
चलो, थैंक यू।
Thank you.